7회 우승의 조성주를 탈락시키기 직전까지 8강 올라가겠습니다.
그렇습니다.
고명재가 정말 세게 때렸는데요.
와, 기재! 이결사 전술이 나왔습니다. 전술 보세요.
고명재 압도적인 전술.
폭풍의 시대.
너가 뭘 할 수 있는데?
아니 지금 여러 방향에서 계속 흔들어요.
분다의 심장 시나마틱 영상을 본 듯한
4강에 도전하는 강민 선수 한강함을 넘어서
이거잖아.
10년간의 도전 끝에 GSL 4강 입성 시작했습니다.
Africa TV, Freak Up Studio, live. 2023 GSL Season 3.
It's been dark way too long in this place. That bright smile long gone been replaced. From ear to ear, I see that fear in your face.
What is up, everybody? We're here now in the finals of GSL Season 3. This is the last GSL of 2023. It's been an incredible season. And I guess I say the final, but it's also the semifinals as well. We're going through the whole thing here tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be an action-packed day, starting with semifinals all the way into the finals. And really, it feels like this is what GSL has been building up to all years. The first Protoss in the top 4 that we've had. We have a PVT to kick things off, a ZVC to round things out, and then the finals, not going to be a mirror for the first time in a while, it feels like.
Yeah, we've had a lot of Terran mirrors here in the finals. Obviously, it's crazy that we've had Solar actually get this far after being, for I think literally a decade, not surpassing the round of 8, at least in this tournament, at least in the GSL. Dark, I think, is the biggest threat to take the entire thing. He's had an incredible past here in the GSL and many other tournaments around the world. We've also got GuMiho, who has been playing out of his mind. He's really bringing his own style, as he always has. But in the new patch, with a lot of new ideas, that's had a lot of success. And, of course, Classic, who you got to root for him right now. I think it's hard to not be, even if you're not a Protoss player, rooting for Protoss to do well, especially in a GSL where they haven't performed as well as the other races.
Yeah, it's more fun when all 3 races are performing and you don't really know what to expect in any given series. And it's going to be a really fun one. We have a lot of dark horses that made it through into the semifinals. You said Classic, Protoss underperforming this year. GuMiho coming in. He's had an excellent year, and how fantastic would it be for him to top it off with a GSL title? That would just be incredible. Solar has been on one of the best ZVZ runs in StarCraft 2 history, as far as I'm concerned. I think since September, he's something like 17-0 or 17-1 in ZVZ Best of 3 series, which is just unbelievable in a matchup that you talk to a lot of people, even pro players, like, well, yeah, there's an element of randomness that comes into ZVZ, right, in terms of the build orders, in terms of all-ins, and he's just been able to navigate his way through that so beautifully. It's just really incredible. You know, it feels like he might just be the player of fortune coming through because, as you said, Dark might be the favorite to take this one, but Solar is just on a tear in ZVZ right now.
If you want to support GSL, here's how you do it. You can go to our Patreon or through the Africa TV site, and that money goes to the prize pool, everything except for the cut that Patreon takes. And by the way, before we get into the games, you know, we have plenty of people that tune in to just the final day of the show, right? There's a lot of esports out there. It's hard to keep up.
Wow.
And, you know, the reality is that many people are probably watching this going, wait, where's Maru? I'm so used to seeing Maru in GSL Final 4 or Finals. He was actually the first player to be eliminated at the very start of the show. So that's kind of crazy, and that makes for a very different GSL for the 4 players that are here now because they're going to be very hungry to try to come and take the whole thing.
Yeah, we had people even mentioning that in their interviews coming into the round of 8 where they saw Maru fall and they thought maybe now it's our chance. We even had more upsets beyond that point. Hero got eliminated very early in this GSL. And I think if most players were to pick a Protoss to make it into the top 4, they would have chosen Hero. Instead, it's Classic. Cure, who I thought was the favorite in Group A, he's been having such a fantastic year, even just got picked up by Team Liquid, was upset by GuMiho and Solar. And so really in a season of upsets, it's hard not to root for players like Solar against Dark in that TVZ, or really GuMiho versus Classic, both kind of paving their own way coming here into the final day of GSL.
I think no matter how we cut it, we're going to have a pretty cool finals.
Oh, yeah,
There's a lot of different possible finals and different looking games, but I think we can be happy with no matter what the result is. And this is a reminder that, you know, while we've had many of the same figures here in StarCraft 2, we are continuing to see the landscape shift as far as who stays on top and what styles work. We're going to go to the pre-match interview. This will be conducted by Caster Park. He says both of our players are smiling. Hello to you. They both say hello. GuMiho, your opponent is Classic. When you found out you would be facing off against Classic, what were you thinking? I was hoping Dark would make it through his group as second, is what I was thinking first and foremost. In the winners match against Classic, Classic almost went against him. So I was really worried, what if Classic gets out first? But what I'm trying to say is I'm glad I'm facing Classic and not Dark. So GuMiho, you've joined a new team. Tell us about joining C9. When I got this offer, I couldn't believe it. I don't think Cloud9's had a StarCraft 2 presence in a long time. So I was really, really happy and really pleased. Let's go to you, Classic. You're in the semis. Your opponent's GuMiho. He's got a very different style of play. He says, yeah, even up to this point of this interview, I don't really know what to expect. So I think I'm going to focus more on my own play and what I need to do. Yes, but Classic, you've been pretty good against Terrence. And you've also performed very well in previous semifinals. Yeah, sure. I would prefer to face off against a Terran, actually. And even though I had a match against Dark, I always thought it was going to be fine if I got out second. I didn't think that would interfere with my plans to take the whole thing. So you've also been showing some very creative ideas. You know, how do you come up with that? That's true, although I don't know how much prep I've been able to do against Terran. I think I'm going to be playing this more based off instinct today. Any words before we start our match, Classic? Yes. It felt like it's been forever since the last semifinals, so I'm eager to get to the finals here. And you, GuMiho? Since I'm on a new team and I've got new support, I want to have a great a victory here to start things off in this new chapter of my life. All right, that's it.
Yeah, great to hear from both these players. Yeah. Of course, GuMiho, fresh off the press, off the oven. He is on Cloud9 now. Very exciting pickup for that team. I love to see new teams entering the fray here in StarCraft 2. It's such a great time.
You know, I think StarCraft, but also plenty of the esports have been around for a while. You know, there are these waves of highs and lows, and I think we're going back into a new high here with all these new teams coming back at and picking up players and supporting them.
Yeah, Cloud9 getting GuMiho, Team Liquid picking up Cure, which is, I think, their first Korean edition in, I don't know how long, maybe since Tasia, I want to say, which was...
I think around that era,
around that
at least.
Era.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they had a couple players maybe post that were like present on the team, but sort of moving into a different roles. But yeah, I mean, no, we're having some new blood injected into the scene with these players who've been around for a while. So this is going to be a fun TVP. I couldn't tell you if it's going to be a long one or a short one. I think anybody who says they know what this looks like is crazy. The only thing I can say, I think safely, is that GuMiho probably going to be doing more of a likelihood of weird mech stuff than any other Terran that we have. But you never know. GuMiho sometimes completely drops out of kind of crazy creative play and instead just relies on more traditional stuff.
Yeah, I wonder how much mech we're actually going to see from GuMiho given the change to the Cyclone, because a big change like that rolls in, and it's kind of hard to get your footing as a mech player, I'm sure, and get a new feel for the game if you want to play that, especially in a matchup which historically has been the hardest one to make mech work, TVP. So I wouldn't be surprised if GuMiho leaned a little bit on mech in terms of opening with Cyclones or Widow Mines. We've even seen some, proxy armory or hidden Widow Mine play come into fruition and then transition into bio from that. But, with GuMiho, you never really do know what to expect. It could just be we have a couple of games of straight-up mech, because certainly Classic would not be well prepared for a situation like that one, right?
Yeah, but Classic has come in here with a lot of really cool creative approaches of his own that have turned out to be very successful. So, I don't know. This is going to be a fun one. This is probably going to be more of an exploratory cast than many of our other casts before here, as we've got still a pretty fresh patch here with two very inventive players. So it's a best of 5. We're going to start this out on Solaris here, and the winner is going to be going on into the finals.
Yeah, pretty crazy. GuMiho and Classic both relatively underdogs coming into this season. GuMiho having one of the best years of his career, though. Can he cement it with a top 2 finish in this GSL?
All right, guys. Game 1 of the semifinals, GuMiho versus Classic, starts now. Let's do this.
GuMiho. Twisted Minds Classic.
So I've got a lot to say about this matchup, but I wanted to talk about the round of 4 in general. This is a unique one in that on both sides of the bracket, it's impossible by the distribution of Protoss, Terran, and Zerg for there to be the same matchup played twice. You can't advance out of one side of the semifinals. Like Classic can't have another PVT. And just because of the ZVZ on the other side, they don't have to worry about having another ZVZ later on. Now that matters in a format where you have the semifinals and the finals in the same night. Sometimes you could have a bracket where there's 3 Zergs and 1 Terran, and the Terran player, he has to figure out how to win 2 TVZs if he's going to win the whole thing. So he has to have a lot of different ideas or surprises. But here it seems like matchup-wise, they can really give it their all and dish out their best possible strats just within the first best of 5 before they go to that matchup switch.
Yeah, and it makes me also wonder, given the best of 5 format, exactly how much experimentation we're going to be having from any of these players. Because, if you really want to mix things up with mech, for instance, there is GuMiho. In a best of 5 series, that's a much bigger risk than making mech work in a best of 7, because you drop one map in a best of 7, it's like, okay, you can come back from that pretty easily. It's a low impact. You still have 3 more games that you have to lose to really be eliminated from that series. But here in a best of 5, if you drop any map, it's kind of a big deal. You really don't want to lose any momentum. So on one hand, as you're saying, there's no need for either of these players to hide their builds coming into this, because both GuMiho and Classic, they will be playing as Zerg in the finals, no matter which way it goes. But at the same time, I feel like you kind of have to be reserved, both as GuMiho and as Classic, in terms of your approach here, because every game in a best of 5 format matters so much. And also, given the fact that we're playing both the semifinals and the finals today, means that there isn't as much prep these players can do.
Yeah, that's true.
For a specific matchup.
I think we also should just point out stamina is going to be key here as well. Could be a long and dramatic day. It's going to be a real uphill fight for whoever actually comes out and takes us all. We have 2 Reapers being made, interestingly enough.
Yeah, this is a build that was really quite popular heading into the end of the previous patch, but started to fall off with the change to the Cyclone. And then coming into this patch, I really haven't seen too often the Reaper Hellion play, but Classic seems to have a pretty good read on this, where at least he's playing quite safe. He threw down that shield battery there at the natural expansion relatively quickly in a very safe spot. Should be able to cover the mineral lines as well as any units that come in to try and block that ramp. But
I think the hallucinated Phoenix might, I guess, just barely not actually catch the Reapers. That would have been a really nice thing to find. So he won't be able to actually even think about this until he sees it. They do pop in now.
I'm surprised GuMiho's not pressuring this at all, by the way.
Yeah, well, I feel like he might want to try to run around. There is a sentry here to spot this. And you know what? The sentry is enough of a threat that actually drives it back.
Yeah, GuMiho actually showing a lot of respect for Classic right now with this play.
Maybe too much back there. I don't know if they could have done more.
I think if he goes up here with the Reapers, he's 100% killing the sentry. So I was surprised he didn't go for it before. It seems like now he's making the call where he's like, you know what? Yeah, it's worth trading out one Reaper.
I think what happens is you see that initial shot happen over the cliff and you go, oh God, it's a trap.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, when you see somebody go for some aggression early on like this, any moment that you can deflect them or intimidate them and drive them back, you know, that's a couple extra seconds on the clock before you really have to address and deal with whatever attack they might be coming for. Now, it doesn't seem like GuMiho is going to fully back up. He's poked a little bit. He's going to come back. I think he wants to wait for this Raven to come out before he's going to try to move again.
GuMiho actually opting to go into, he's going to make 6 Cyclones off of this. This is not something that I've seen before.
No, same. I don't know this build, but like we said beforehand, I guess we shouldn't be knowing anything GuMiho is going to do in the new patch.
In fact, he hasn't made a single unit out of that barracks in quite a long time, and so I'm wondering whether he actually might transition into mech off of this.
I think it's definitely possible, and if we're going to see this strategy work from GuMiho, it's going to be pretty soon here. He's going to throw down another factory, so
wow, game one,
he is going to go for mech style play. That was the only thing we were confident we should see if we're going to see anything crazy.
Holy cow.
And he's getting a lot of factories really quickly, so this is a very different style than what Classic's doing. Classic's kind of well, that's a great scout. Okay, so he sees 2 Ravens, he sees the 6 Cyclones. You have to assume that mech could still be a huge possibility, and it is, but you also, even with that scout, can't be 100% sure he's not switched into bio behind this.
Yeah, and the fact that we're seeing so many factories come out, 3 in fact at this moment in time, makes me think that we're going to get a fair bit of battle mech mixed in with this. Cyclones, of course, with their lower cost, are easily more massable in a situation like this one, so I would not be surprised to see the Cyclone speed upgrade just come in. I believe it's now being researched, as well as more Hellions getting pumped out.
So here are the 2 tanks coming. I was wondering about this. So
interesting.
It seems like you could attack right around when this Nexus finishes. That's when the position for the Protoss, like, you have to try to commit to it, or you're going to give up territory. So the probes are going to get transferred. When the 2 tanks come out, I think he can disable the Colossus, excuse me, I don't know why I can't talk, and drive that back, and then set up siege tanks and try to push either the natural or the 3rd base.
Yeah, GuMiho, while he was getting set up for this production, actually did go for Interference Matrix, which now requires a research to be cast to disable. And once he moves across the map, as you said, he will be able to disable that Colossus. There's going to be 2 out for Classic. There's also at least 1 Immortal on the field.
Now, I'm not 100% clear on who would actually win the fight right now. I think, like a lot of people, we're all still getting our heads around having lots of Cyclones out in the way they are in phases of the game like this. But one thing is for certain is that an attack has to come here from the Terran pretty soon, because the longer that 3rd Nexus is up for Classic, the more money that's going to come in, and with all the extra money, he could just make more units out of the gateways. So we're going to have to see something pretty soon. I also wonder, is it possible we'd have SCVs pulled with this? Yeah, there it is. Okay,
there's your answer.
Yeah. So it's not all of them, by the way. No. So I don't know if that's necessarily to tank or to repair. It looks almost like it could be to repair. So he's going to be moving forward.
God, that's so many Hellions.
It's an insane amount, but it's not an easy angle over there to come through. So he's going to come around to the bottom where the stairs are. Force fields are going to be huge here if he can get him up. He disables both the Cyclones. GuMiho plows through.
Yeah, and the Liberator is now sieging up here in the natural expansion. The Colossus still not getting anything done.
Oh
and these Immortals actually getting boxed out by the Hellions, allows the Cyclones to dispatch them. And now the siege tanks are in an incredible position. Those Ravens slowly building energy back up. Should have at least 1 more interference matrix. And now the probes at the 3rd are completely vulnerable.
Yeah, to give you an idea of just how much that was from GuMiho, the Hellions tanked the damage, and there's a good amount that are still here. They're still part of the fight. So he's basically divided the area between the 2nd base and the 3rd base. The 2nd base is under threat of falling. The 3rd base basically can't be used fully because Hellions can go up there and kill the workers. The tanks are going to edge in. Looks like 1 tank is picked off. But now, with the air damage here, I actually think that it's possible Classic dies in the next minute or so here.
I think he's just done.
Yeah, I think especially with that disruptor going down.
Yeah, the disruptor goes for the shock, but it gets sniped immediately. And GuMiho in game 1 coming out with an incredible 2-base push with pure mech.
Yeah, and you
Wow.
know, it's funny. You know, I don't know about you, State, but I was like looking at these two Unicomps. I'm like, well, this seems pretty good for GuMiho, but let's see if Classic he knows what to do. But so far, Classic just doesn't, you know, have any kind of an answer. I think we're probably going to see him try to last for the next minute or two here. But the natural base is gone. It's not difficult to get Hellions up behind the minerals over here at the third. If the third base falls, the game probably just ends.
I mean, Classic's already 10 workers behind GuMiho, and
Oh my God! All
this
right.
army's just so overpowering.
And now he's going to recall this here.
That's a smart play, but I just feel like GuMiho's at such an advantage at this point. I mean, what an incredibly powerful push to come out in game number 1. We haven't really seen any TVP play like this so far this entire season
Yeah.
of GSL. GuMiho bringing something entirely new to the table. I think a lot of players, myself included, watching this one as GuMiho takes game number 1, saw those factories, and given the new patch, they think that it's going to be something like Cyclones, but GuMiho coming out with so many Hellions, and the way that he was microing them as well during that push, as you said, he was using them to tank damage, but not only that, he was hold positioning them, and
Yeah.
he was able to catch both Immortals as a result of it. It was basically
Guys,
like a Terran force field of Hellions.
I'm putting a PSA out here. I don't think the ladder's going to be safe for anybody Protoss for a couple weeks after this finals here with what Terrans are going to be messing around with. Now, it's funny because Classic looks at it and it goes, okay, well, it seems like he's amassing a bunch of mech stuff, but we don't see that many Terrans doing this.
Yeah, and if we do see mech, it's usually more Cyclone-based or more Siege Tank-based.
Yeah,
it's not this
he
kind
was
of
ready to set up
mix.
a push like it was a TVZ or something.
Right.
And just kind of kite the units as they come out and allow the siege tanks to deal so much damage. So we're going to be going right into game 2, guys. Right now, GuMiho winning game 1 in under 10 minutes. Classic trying to develop into a healthy position into mid-game before it's completely shut down. And now we go into map number 2 on hard lead. Let's do it.
GuMiho. Twisted Minds Classic.
Okay, so I feel like I'm going to be looking at game 2 really from GuMiho's perspective. And I want to see what he's going to try to do. And I'm really curious what's going on in Classic's mind right now. Because that was one of those builds where you can see he doesn't really know how to deal with that, right? I mean, and that's one of those things when you see something that fresh, it really puts the other player in a position where they're going to have to try to use all their intuition, everything they've got to get something to basically at least sandbag that attack. From Seattle, nice.
You only know what the vibrant GSL ads.
Good.
It's a lot of beverages.
The brainwashing is complete.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, from Classic's perspective, GuMiho honestly might be the hardest Terran player in the entire world to prepare for in a best-of-5 or best-of-7 series format in PvT because he has such a wide range of openings. Think back to Classic's scouting there in game number 1, where he opened with a sentry relatively early, a lot faster than we'll typically
Is he
see.
going to get this SCV?
Oh, he's actually
Oh,
might
this
get
is
it.
like, this almost never happens.
Very close.
He should be able to stop this.
Yeah, just a little bit of repair, and should be fine, but
This is maybe a little bit too much drama than what we're used to for the first, 2 minutes of a game.
But going back to playing this from Classic's perspective, oh, is he actually going to recall this out? He is. That's some finesse.
That was cool. All right, so he saves the probe.
Some high drama early game scouting here.
Yeah, that is a recall gone for a little bit. I don't imagine there's anything crazy Terran can do to a Protoss this early on with that.
No,
But,
but it's smart. I mean,
yeah,
you think about
it's an extra worker.
a chrono boost that cuts 10 seconds off of production time on whatever you chrono boost, right? And probe takes 12 seconds, so being able to recall that, it's better than having to make one back at home. That's for sure. And Classic once again going for a sentry, but thinking back to game number 1, the scouting that Classic went for, he went for that early sentry, he did the hallucination scout, but the hallucination scout hits at a time that is just going to confirm there's an expansion. You see the 1-1-1 opening, that can be a variety of different things. And you can't really glean that it's going to be a mech push off of that. And then he sends the Observer cross map, and you were correct that it was a great scout from Classic and that he saw the composition. He saw 6 Cyclones, which, yes, that's unusual. But it wasn't as if GuMiho immediately pushed with it.
Well, also, that was all those 6 Cyclones came off one factory.
Right.
So if you're mathing it out correctly, you go, okay, well, he's still making Cyclones, but is there going to be like Marauders and Marines behind this? Or is it going to be Hellions and Cyclones and tanks, and it was the latter?
So Classic didn't know what to expect until the second Observer got in, and by then he was already on 3 bases. He'd already basically decided what his composition was going to be in. And so there wasn't too much adjustment. There wasn't much of a window of adjustment he could make.
By the way, this is the same stuff GuMiho made in game 1.
Yeah, he's even going for the same Cyclones. That's a really fast third gas, too. I think this might be the exact same build, in fact.
That would be really interesting if he just did the same thing again, because, you know, I guess in theory you're supposed to mix it up because a good player would adjust, but what if Classic just can't adjust? What if this is a new idea that GuMiho's coming out with in Classic? You know, he might try to tune some dials, you know, here and there and make some small adjustments and respond, but instead he's just going to be a crash dummy for this build over and over.
Yeah, GuMiho's doing the exact same build. No units from the barracks, interference matrix. I'm sure he will make 2 Ravens as well.
I'm just waiting for those next factories. I really want to see, is it going to be the factories, or is there a variation where he switches into the infantry?
I think you got to go for the same thing here as GuMiho.
I'm on the same page as you. Just putting it out there.
Because also you have to think, if Classic, with this defensive setup that he seems to be going for pretty much every single game, where he opts for the sentry and then he will go into Robo, Forge, Blink in the late third base relatively, you don't really have as many dials you can really turn to change what your response is going to be to a build like this. So from Classic's perspective in a series, if he can't find the answer, and yeah, the factory is just starting right now on the production tab, so it will in fact be the same build.
This is wild.
Classic, if he can't workshop an answer to this build, GuMiho can just keep doing this and doing this and doing this and just win the series outright. And to put this into perspective, it's really hard in the moment, under all of this pressure, to be able to find the correct answer to an opening like this one, because you only have so much time between each game to really theory craft what the answer should be.
When you see, if you can tell when somebody's really not ready for a new strategy when the attack just comes and they die. You go, oh, okay, well, you're not used to dealing with this yet. So what he's going to do is he's going to blink in. Now, safe or not, well, let's see. You know, he's doing a lot of damage to these stalkers. Again, the hull damage is permanent. But when we see those blink in builds or at other times of the games, it's when there's 1 or 2 tanks out, there's a couple Marines at a bunker, and sometimes you're just trying to kill like the tech lab and get something done there. He is getting gateways out a lot faster. There are, what, 5 more gateways being made. So, and he's getting Zealot charged. So I think what he's going to try to do is basically get Zealots and Stalkers and try to just overwhelm it as it comes out. But we saw a lot of Hellions made in the last game. I don't know how great Zealot charge is going to be at a bad angle. And the Cyclones seem to be pretty good. So this is, it's almost like we're seeing Classic stuck in a specific level of a video game he can't beat. And it just plays out the same way, and it's like a puzzle he has to solve.
Oh,
the Observer, okay, I think it sees the SCVs. He might try to set up a counter, or he might try to set up a thing where he intercepts Hellions and other stuff.
I think if you're Classic, you pretty much have to sacrifice this third base right now. I'm watching the minimap to see if he recalls those Stalkers back, and yeah, in fact, he is going to do that. So he's not going to go for the counterattack in the main base. Instead, he's just going to try and defend here at the third. But those Stalkers were at least able to slow down the reinforcements for GuMiho, and thereby buying Classic time, because that recall means that he can defend the third base. And now GuMiho has to wait for these reinforcements to come in.
So he's attacking a little bit earlier from game 1, but it's the same amount of Hellions coming back over here to merge up with this. And I'm not going to lie, it's pretty scary. He's got a Raven that can roam around and kill off workers. He's got the SCVs. It looks like now they're ready to tank, so he might just try to force a fight.
Engagement coming in. Interference Matrix immediately goes down on one of the Immortals, but the Stalkers blink forward. They get the Liberators, so there's actually a really good trade here for Classic to start things out. Even gets that Siege Tank in the back. Both the Immortals are going to retreat and survive.
Yeah, it looks like he could he just barely doesn't kill that one.
Wow, what a good engagement here by Classic. It seems like he's actually been able to have a really good adjustment from game one.
Yeah, he's going to try to run that Immortal back. Again, this Immortal not
so
being killed on
low.
the right is crazy to me. I think that he's basically shot down the rush. Workers were sacked. Okay, so GG. So it almost worked. Couple things to note. I don't know that it would have changed anything, but the tanks were not in siege mode when the attack happened. The Immortal at the very bottom right was, one of the key things that was keeping that attack going. And GuMiho used the SCVs immediately to try to shove with the fight versus trying to keep him back to repair for a little bit. So a different interaction. I don't know about you, State, but I feel like in Game 3, the GuMiho can't do the same thing again, right?
No way. I think you got to mix it up now. But I love that he went for the same build twice because there's absolutely a chance that Classic is just not able to theory craft the correct response in such a short period from game 1 to game number 2. But he was able to do it here, so we're all tied up 1-1. The best of 5 becomes a best of 3, but really an exciting start to this one, and Classic showing some very smart thinking on his feet to make all the necessary adjustments from basically the same setup that he went for in game number 1, where he went for the fast robo, the forge, the late third base, but that time he didn't go for Colossus, went for charge instead, focused on mass and gateway units, just getting a couple of Immortals out. Was able to thwart the attack. Let's see what's going to happen in game 3. How is GuMiho going to mix it up?
GuMiho. Twisted Minds Classic.
Now, going back to that engagement, as you said, GuMiho, the siege tanks weren't sieged up, the Liberators weren't sieged up either. They were able to get sniped down pretty much at the beginning of the fight. On top of that, I think the angle GuMiho was coming up between the natural and the third base, not quite as good against the composition that Classic was running. So those are all things. Some more GuMiho support there. And the crowd, GuMiho, of course, I think it means something like nine-tailed fox?
The nine-tailed fox.
Nine-tailed fox, if I'm not mistaken. But, there were a lot of things that could have gone better for GuMiho there in game number 1, but I think that Classic's response was good enough that we're not going to see the same thing out of GuMiho. I think it would be almost foolhardy to try the same opening again here in game 3.
I mean, if he does, then I'm going from like blown away and impressed to completely confused and perplexed because you can't do it that many times. So already a little bit of different moves here. We have the eBay here to block the entrance. This is a very active way to play the game, where you're forcing them to try to kill off this building they can cancel right away before you get to get the normal build that you were doing out.
Yeah, and I actually like the response from Classic a lot here. Pulling 3 probes, start working on the engineering bay right away. Occasionally we'll see Protoss players just completely ignore this in the natural expansion, skip the Zealot and go and take their second expansion at the third base, but Classic instead here on Oceanborn, just opting to play it safe, pull some probes, get the Nexus up right where he wants it.
And so GuMiho has that crazy build he tries twice, but what else could he have here? This is going to be one where he gets his expansions up a little bit earlier. It could be something back in line with Mac and maybe with Cyclones. It could be just some kind of bio play.
A second barracks is coming in, so I'm expecting either a 2-1-1 or a 3-1-1 to come out from GuMiho. And yeah, there's the third barracks, so seems to be likely to have a 3-1-1 in store for us.
Yeah.
These Zealots, I feel like they almost never get anything done.
Yeah, I guess you get to at least scout and confirm what's happening on that side of the map. There's a Stargate placed over at the natural.
Yeah, I like that.
That's a spot where he might not see that. It's sort of hiding over there.
Hiding in plain sight.
Yeah, if there's a chance that Terran tries to scout, they're usually going to be thinking about what's in the main.
Oh, actually a bit of a supply block here for Classic. I was wondering why there was nothing in production out of that gateway for a while, so not ideal. Is that Adept finally going to get started up? And I'm expecting just an Oracle opening here for Classic, and I wonder how much he's going to commit into the Oracles, because I think generally speaking, the Oracles, they don't tend to get too much done in terms of straight up damage, but they excel at making the games very messy, in my experience in PvT, which for a player of Classic's caliber, if you're just able to roll with the punches, that is certainly something that you can play with. And a really fast third and fourth gas guys are also getting taken by Classic. So this is not going to be a rapid transition into a third base. I'm expecting Classic to just kind of continue to tech up from this position, but he's floating 200 gas. He hasn't started any more units into that Stargate. I'm not sure exactly what he's gunning for, and I think maybe Classic isn't either. I think he might be waiting for this Oracle to confirm a scout.
I think that's exactly what he's doing. He wants to come in here and scout.
Oh my god, no, we have a fleet beacon coming in.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, so that's crazy. We went from, could be your run-of-the-mill PvT into this is crazy.
What is
on 2 bases, so I guess he might...
Is this
the Tempest Rush?
Is this Tempest or Carriers? I feel like with this economy, it almost has to be Tempest because they're so much cheaper than Carriers are.
I don't think you could realistically go for Carriers. Okay, there's a couple ideas we got to point out.
Wow.
There's just a lower likelihood Terran scans the natural of the Protoss, so the second base of the Protoss. It's just less likely to happen because there's more places to hide stuff in the main base, and usually they're looking to see where the third base is going to be for the Protoss. So this can go on possibly even for minutes without being found out about. But in a world where the Terran does find out what the Protoss is doing, I would imagine you could just attack him and kill him, right?
Maybe. It's hard to say. We haven't really seen a PvT like this at all, frankly. We saw Classic bust out the Tempest build versus, I believe, Dark in the round of 8, which was for a lot of players their first time getting exposed to this. But I think Classic actually gleaned that build off of Hero in his preparations for Dark, because Hero actually beat Dark in a KSL finals with that build about a week before Classic had his match against him. But I've never seen the 2 Stargate Tempest opening used in a PvT. This is completely novel.
He's sending it out.
Yeah, I think you have to.
I guess in my mind, I thought maybe you bank like a couple of these up and then you come out and attack. But I guess instead you get right behind the natural.
Yeah, there's a ton of dead airspace. You have the Oracle for Revelation, and although the damage against ground isn't quite as good as it is against the air, it's still pretty substantial. I think it's almost comparable to a DT shot. The DPS isn't that high, but he's almost able to one-shot Marines and SCVs, and now GuMiho's seeing this and is probably kind of scratching his head a little bit in terms of what the response is going to be, and he's just deciding to go immediately cross-map.
Okay, so the counterattack's coming, so he's going to just eat some damage back here at his base. There's some miscontrol here.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, this is actually not the easiest thing to control when things are getting kind of crazy like this. He's going to booby-trap this area.
That's a big stasis ward.
But how much is actually back here? Keep in mind a recall could happen too, which might be just what GuMiho wants as a forced recall.
But we even have a photon cannon here at the third base with shield batteries. The Gateway Army on the ground right now for Classic, it's very small. GuMiho, it seems like he's gunning to try and go for a drop in the main base.
So he's going to try to hit a couple different places at once. The drop in the main is inbound. There's a small little attack force outside of the third base. He's going to drop here. A lot of probes are getting killed right now. We have 15 SCVs killed on the other side of the map. We're not watching it, but you can see the ticker on the left side of the screen.
Oh, there's so many cannons here. With battery overcharge, I feel like those could probably stand a good chance, but instead Classic is focused on microing right now in the natural expansion, trying to deal with this drop, so he's just going to evacuate the probes.
Dude, there's been 20 SCVs killed, so both sides are losing workers.
Yeah,
it's a race to the bottom here.
Yeah, those 2 Tempests are still in the natural expansion right now of GuMiho, so the mining is fully getting disrupted. This Oracle getting F2'd a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Into that army.
Just in the control group with everything there. So, the Tempests were recalled back home to defend. The third base was killed. And we're seeing probably the limitations of what Classic came in here to do. The Tempests are just slow units, so the Marines and the medevacs can kind of run around him and try to either create space or create opportunities for counterattacks. But now he's going all the way across the map with everything. So I think GuMiho's going to be a little bit up against the ropes here. Classic's bleeding economically back at home. He's going to try to remake that third Nexus, but like I mean, this is so much damage now over here.
Yeah, and GuMiho also knows that Recall was used on those 2 Tempests earlier, the natural expansion, so these ones cannot come home for defense, and that might force kind of a base trade situation right here for Classic and GuMiho, as GuMiho's moving his entire army across the map. There is a mothership, by the way, in production. Oh, actually, those Tempests, they did not get recalled. He still has it, I think, or the cooldown just expired. In any case, these Tempests, they're back at home to defend. Marines are stimming on top of him, though. 3 Tempests already getting taken out.
Well, he's going to try to use the Nexus, and the Stargate is like a little bit of a blocker here. He takes that out. It looks like it's still going to be a powered Stargate. The thing is, every Tempest you see that's killed off here is huge. So many more workers going down a drop in the main. Dude, I think GuMiho might have done it. This is a really cool strategy to see here from Classic. Very different approach to the matchup. But GuMiho's just going to win with tactics and mobility.
Yeah, GuMiho making the right call, going immediately for the counterattack here, even with a recall from Classic.
And see, look, he just avoids the confrontation. He might try to just target down this Nexus. I think he can get rid of this with the Marauders.
And that's huge, considering that Classic right now is on 15 workers, because he's just not going to have the economy or even the Nexus production to get that back online. So I guess for Classic, he's going to try one more Hail Mary push and hope that there isn't enough anti-air on the ground. But we have double starport Viking production underway.
I think he's going to attack across the map and give up. I think that's what we're going to have here. He's going to say, do I have enough? Maybe he's hurting enough back at home. He's going to see these Vikings, which are in high enough numbers, they can basically two-shot the Tempest. There it is, GG.
What a novel build.
Very cool strategy, very cool build order. But standard play wins there. GuMiho just kind of circumvents the power of the Tempest by never really dealing with him directly. Tempests are scary, they're long range, but Marines with Stim just do more damage. So if you just avoid them and you go to their side of the map and start killing stuff, when they come back to defend it, you just run away again. And Classic over time just bled out. And then eventually GuMiho has enough, he literally just corners half the Tempest, kills them, and then runs away again.
I think that was a really, really smart tactical play by GuMiho, just constantly going for the counterattacks. And for Classic, it's kind of a tough draw going up against a 3-1-1 with that Tempest opening. I think it's something that probably excels against a more tech-based play, like a 1-1-1 or a 2-on-1, where you're relying more as Terran on units like those starport units that come out early. You don't have as much meat on the ground to really go for these big flex counterattacks. So Classic perhaps trying to metagame GuMiho a little bit there at game number 3, but it not going his way. Despite a very novel build, GuMiho now on match point. 1 win away from a ticket to the finals here, the last GSL of the year.
We're going to find out if we get a game 5 or if GuMiho's going to win this 3-1 as we go into game 4 here. Let's do this.
GuMiho. Twisted Minds Classic.
Takes a twisted mind to come up to with that build, man.
Yeah,
that was
more like twisted builds. So, I mean, this has been, by the way, I feel like this series is going so fast.
Yeah, and it's also been very strange.
Yeah, very different games each time.
Even this game, GuMiho opting for a gas first opening.
Yeah.
So we'll see what path that leads us down, but
I like what Classic tried, but I do think it basically doesn't work. You know, sexy. Hello, welcome to the studio from Sydney. Yeah, I mean, it's been a very different TVP, and I feel like we're barely getting warmed up to the matchup. This has gone so quickly.
Got their PhD
Nice.
and flew in from Australia. Wow.
You get your second PhD now in StarCraft being here at the studio.
It's like a theoretical degree in StarCraft
That's
with
right.
this PBT that we're
No,
having
a
right
theoretical
now. It's
degree
so-
is called being a caster. It's just it's not. That's the,
It just doesn't work in
yeah,
practice.
it doesn't work in practice. It has no application in the real world.
All right, nice scout here by Classic, spotting the high ground command center. That is a lot of information to have, and I wonder if he does know by that barracks timing that this is going to be, in fact, a gas first opening here for GuMiho. I wonder if Classic does have that information because GuMiho does have a little bit more Vespine to play with than he would otherwise. Classic, if he just spotted just one geyser getting taken and didn't realize that it was a gas first opening, might be a little bit thrown off by the pace at which GuMiho is going to be teching back at home.
So we've got the Twilight Council. Everything very standard here for Classic. I do feel like just the way that last game went, Classic might be trying to go more back into what Game 1 and Game 2 looked like.
Right.
Like focusing on development and not this crazy tech. In the last 2 or 3 weeks, we've had a lot of games in GSL and outside of GSL that people are getting experimental with, like abruptly making Tempests, which I feel like isn't going to last necessarily that long. It's a cool strat, and definitely if you're not thinking about it. There are build orders where if you just forgot that people could even make those units at that phase of the game, you can get completely thrown off and punished.
Yeah, and the patch made Tempest a lot better too. People kind of overlook changes to unit acceleration as, you know, not being impactful because it doesn't change the damage the unit does or the attack speed or anything like that. But
exactly,
they make units so much more microable. And so, telling you as somebody that likes to play with Tempest a lot, it's a night and day difference using new Tempest. It almost feels like they're attacking faster with how much more you can utilize your control, but I think you're right that it is just people getting a little bit more experimental here in this season. We had Classic do the Tempest build in the PvZ earlier. He did it in a PvT for the first time I've ever seen Tempest used really in this matchup. Yeah, and GuMiho going to fully commit here with the Hellions. I feel like this is almost more for scouting. He should certainly be able to get maybe 3 or 4 probes with this if he trades everything out, but I think given what a bizarre opening Classic went for in game number 3. This is GuMiho just kind of trying to come into his base and being like, okay, are you really checking all the boxes of a standard macro game?
I think you're right. That's less of an attack and more of him getting into the base and going, okay, are you doing something weird again?
Right.
No? Okay, then I should be fine.
Yeah, this is about as standard as it possibly gets with a Twilight Council second gateway, robotics, and then into a third base.
We did not have a Banshee made in game 1 and 2, right?
Right.
And certainly we didn't have Cloak with that. So this is also a little bit of a different approach. We have the second barracks being made, so it looks like, although we had mech in the first 2 games, we're going to have some form of bio play with whatever accessories you want with that, like Banshees or something else.
A good scout there by Classic with that probe. Surprised he's not throwing down shield batteries to deal with that.
Well, he probably knows that he might wait for the second Banshee to come in with the Cloak.
He's a better player than I am, man. I would be shivering my boots.
I know. I'd be
worried about Cloak Banshees coming in.
So he's got the Observer coming as well. Zealot charge again, by the way, like game 2.
I think it's a smart adjustment. With GuMiho showing the potential of his mech-based pushes in game number 1 and game number 2, I think for Classic, the rest of the series, you basically have to respect the potential of that build coming out. And if you don't go for charge zealots, then suddenly you're going to be kind of hard-strung to really deal with a push of that caliber, as it just feels like it's designed to kill tech-heavy openings. So Classic opting here in game 4 for a build that kind of mirrors his opening there in game number 2. A little bit less gateway-heavy, a little bit more macro-oriented, but still kind of going down the same path in terms of fast charge, a fast Templar archives.
So when you see the Banshees moving the way they are, because he's not committing to going in there and getting kills, every time he runs away, Classic knows if he tries to move across the map with his Stalkers, he can't defend. So it's a little bit harder to do any of those pokes we see normally when they do the 3-base Stalker play. They try to come in and blink in the main and try to kill stuff or get the tank. So he's generating those threats. And I don't believe we have a 3rd command center. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Do we?
Yeah, I think it just started about a moment ago.
Okay. Yeah, I think we just caught it on the ticker before they changed it. But, yeah, there it is. So this is not going to be any kind of 2-base attack. He's going to be developing pretty normally. We're probably going to go into the longest game so far out of the 4 games we've seen here with these 2.
And Classic going to be going for a relatively fast storm, and GuMiho, and patience is a virtue, going to come in now on this timing and get a good number of probes for his trouble. There's enough dead airspace that if he wanted to, he could just park those, but instead heading straight into the natural expansion, and I don't think there's an obs in sight, so... Oh, where is that one? I can't even see it on screen.
I don't see it on screen either. Something saw that.
That's extra cloaked. I think that's a nice move there for GuMiho. Once you get 6 probes like that and you still have 1 Banshee alive, Classic for the foreseeable future is going to have to park, you know, at least a handful of Stalkers in that main base to be able to parry that Banshee should it come in for some follow-up harassment. And in total, GuMiho with that Hellion and Reaper run by and those Banshees able to get double-digit probe kills. So Classic, despite having a relatively fast third base compared to the third command center here for GuMiho, has a pretty modest worker lead of about 5.
Okay, he's going to now move out, claim territory for the third CC. We got to see, does he want to try to kind of shark around the map and push any Protoss spotters back or not? There is a Warp Prism being made, so it may actually be Classic who's the first to try to really initiate. It's been a pretty slow game so far of just build up and each side trying to peek in and see what the other one's doing.
I think you're right that Classic is going to be the first player to get aggressive here.
So he's got 4 Templars inside the Warp Prism. So this is like a really old idea from StarCraft 1 that's really hot in StarCraft 1. I do wonder if it's impacting StarCraft 2. Is it's just basically the Templars, they can storm and you can't really snipe them or kill them if they're hiding inside the Warp Prism. We'll see. It'll depend on the spread here from the Terran. If he's really bunched up, you can really get punished.
That blink forward against the Raven, so there's not going to be any disables right now on that Warp Prism. But Classic finally coming in with a Storm. Templar are out of range for quite a bit. Most of the bulk of this RV has been defeated. Only the Templar really standing here with some Stalkers and Archons. I would have loved to see if those Zealots could stay alive, but
that tank is so far back. It makes it really hard to move in. He could try again. Terran scans. I'm sorry, there's 2 being recalled. What is it?
It's the Banshee in the main base.
Ah, yeah, there it is.
Oh, he was going for the Templar Archives. That's so smart, actually.
Actually, that's really smart. If you don't deal with that, you will lose that.
That's an expensive structure.
I guess, yeah, that technically is the most important building right now. It is where that Banshee was hiding.
Yeah, and I like the idea from Classic, given the third base timing that GuMiho is going for, to try and find an opportunistic move. Oh, I love this. 2 Templar, 2 Zealots coming in. GuMiho just immediately pulling back with the SCVs. That could have been disastrous if he let the Storm Drop come through.
He's got to get out of here.
It should be okay. Cyclone range, not quite what it once was.
So he gets out. Nicely done. It looks like actually this might be out here to try to intercept that if he gets a little bit too greedy moving across the map.
Yeah, the standing army for Classic is actually looking pretty scary, especially if these Templars can come in from the flank angle.
Yeah, let's watch. I think the Warp Prism's coming from the very bottom right, just below the screen here.
Classic.
There it is.
We'll see if he commits on this.
Now, I think GuMiho should know to run away if he sees the Warp Prism. He'll know what's inside there.
Yeah, he's got to be very careful. And now he has Ghost entering the fray. So now we're kind of entering a moment of the game where there's going to be a pretty significant power swing as Classic is trying to get his double RoboBay Colossus production online. Meanwhile, GuMiho, with these Ghosts and Liberators coming out, should have a good timing, but the Storm Drop is actually very good to start off on all of the bio. That's a great arc for him, but GuMiho just has so much in the bank. I mean, the bio, yes, a lot of it's badly damaged, but there's still so much standing. The reinforcements now coming in from Classic, the Zealots trying to deal with the bio forces there on the top. There's so many low HP Marauders.
You know, it just seems like there's enough from every angle here from the Terran. He's kind of just doing enough damage everywhere. Now, Classic fights him back.
At the end of the day, it's a relatively even trade.
There's going to be a new 4th base here for GuMiho. He is a little bit bigger in army. He is, I think, going to be able to accumulate maybe a more threatening army as well in the next wave here, as a lot of that was wiped out. The Warp Prism's going to have to be remade. There's 2 Colossi being manufactured.
Yeah, and I got to say, for that engagement in the middle of the map, although it could have gone better for Classic, the fact that the trade was ultimately relatively even bodes very well for him, because that means that he's basically going to be able to complete his Colossus transition safely. Behind it, he has 2 Forge. He's getting a lot of upgrades. That 4th base is getting established. This Widowmine drop is going to come in, but there's already a Photon Cannon in place. Even focusing down that medevac to try and get some more damage on it.
This cannon makes a huge difference here. Just being able to target that down, or just, you know, you can set it and forget it.
Yeah, especially considering there's already an armory out. So just having the natural detection here to be able to deal with these Widowmines is a lot of the pressure off of Classic's back in a moment of the game like this one. And
So basically the phase of the game where there was maybe a timing attack for Classic is gone. It seems like he's going to be defending for a while. Now, it's one thing that's pretty hard to do for Terran to deal with that, push where they come in with Storm. It's even harder for Terran to attack into Storm. It's just a very easy way to blanket an area with damage.
Especially if you have a good spread of Templar.
Yeah.
Once they have enough energy that EMP isn't too much of a factor and they're also split off, it's quite good. So we are going to see a Fusion Core coming in from GuMiho. He has double starport, so I would not be surprised to see him work in Liberator range and start making that Sky Terran transition, as it feels like the window for him to get damage is getting closer and closer to closing.
Okay, so he's now split his army up. He's got a small attack that's going to come up here. And this is going to be, hopefully for him, the start of him succeeding. He forces the recall, and look at this. He wipes that out. So GuMiho is kind of generating false threats, forcing Classic to respect it, and then he hits the real target. And if this happens a couple more times, GuMiho is going to pretty quickly outgrow him. I think Classic, feeling pressure now, is going to go ahead and try to move out on the map and do some damage of his own. But look, there's a huge drop ready. The moment that he sees that this is there's a push coming through the map, he's going to pick up. Well, he's going to show it now. Maybe he won't pick up. We'll see.
He might even just run into that third base.
Yeah, he actually might just go for the Nexus.
Oh, he can kill that too. I think even with the battery overcharge, you should be able to take that down.
Yeah, does he go in the main now?
Well, there's a lot of Stalkers. I think he's basically going to have to trade out this bio. You got to go for an attack maybe at the other third base, as the Zealots and Stalkers are going to try and deal with this as best they can.
Now, look up at the north here.
Right.
He's got another push coming up. Well, our observer was going to show it. It looks like he's instead going to show this, what's happening to the south. This is what I was talking about. So, GuMiho keeps punching holes. He keeps taking fights, and every time it's Classic running back.
Oh, a little bit of miscontrol here for GuMiho. He's going to lose these Vikings.
That's
I mean,
actually
5
pretty
Vikings
big.
going down at a time where Classic has his full Colossus transition is huge. That's every Viking on the map. Linking forward, not able to get that medevac, but GuMiho, yes, he was able to take out these bases. Classic has effectively, 1.5 base mining economy right now, that main and the natural, but the standing army for Classic, relative to GuMiho, is basically at its peak power, so GuMiho is going to do everything that he's capable of to try and keep Classic back on his side of the map, because he knows he needs to buy time for him to remax out on that army.
I'm worried that this game may be out of reach for Classic right now. Like, this is kind of the dream, is that the Protoss is just running around in the middle of the map while you're continuing to take out Nexuses.
Yeah, it's just, I feel like if Classic is able to find a good engagement here at the third base, he can swing this game back into his favor. There aren't even any ghosts on the map right now for GuMiho, so these Templar pretty much uncontested. It's only really the Liberators anchoring this position for Terran. So Classic is going to try and find this angle, but already 6 Liberators out. Sieged up, 2 more now entering the field. It's a very tough position to attack into. Classic's just going to go for it, blinks forward, able to deal with a lot of these Liberators right from the get-go, and there's so much Storm.
Yeah, he's going to warp in. The arc is pretty good here for GuMiho. He's given himself quite a bit of space. The Storms are going to continue to come down here. But, I mean, this is just a surrounded Protoss army, and now GuMiho's going to sink his teeth in. He fights back. I see 1 Colossus running and nothing else. And I don't know if he can actually recover from this at this point in time.
Nah, I think GuMiho just pulled him apart there with a multi-prong attack, being able to take down the third and the fourth base. Classic up against the ropes, went for a counter attack. I like the engagement there, blinking forward to take down the first couple of Liberators, but GuMiho, as you had said, had such a beautiful arc with the reinforcements from the natural, was able to defend it, and now Classic is just fighting to stay alive.
Yeah, Classic, obviously his GSL life is on the line. He's doing everything in his power to try to stay alive, but if this base falls, he's going to be back on 3 bases where GuMiho is already up to 5. He's using the Nexus to tank damage while he buys some time here.
Yeah, that Storm's coming in, but it's not going to be enough. Just a little bit of damage on 1 Liberator as GuMiho continues to push forward. Liberators leapfrogging their way in, closer to the natural expansion. I mean, the Sky Terran transition is real here. 5 Liberators coming in. And GuMiho, I feel like he could just go into the main.
I think that's what he's going to do. I think he actually messed up on the pickup there, but he does get it up into the main. And now we have the recall up into the main as well.
Yeah, these Liberators sieging up, though. So much damage. These Archons immediately getting taken out.
Yeah, and even if Classic is able to clean this up, I don't think it's going to matter. Colossus falls again. There it is. GG. GuMiho goes into the GSL finals.
Wow.
That was really impressive.
GuMiho showing a pretty massive range in TVP over the course of that series, going from mech push builds in both games 1 and game 2 into a very standard 3-1-1, was able to deal with classics Tempest Rush very effectively. And then in game number 4, just a standard macro game, was simply able to
Was able to play the map, play the position. It really was less about strategy and more about positioning. GuMiho knew when to retreat. He knew when to poke. He knew when to commit and sacrifice even some of his own army to trade out for the economy of Classic. That's it. Protoss is out. We've got one Terran in the finals, and now we got to figure out which of the 2 Zergs that remain will go up to face off against him.
I can almost feel GuMiho trying to hide a smile right there on camera as he's very pleased with that win. And what a way to kick off his career with Cloud9, just getting picked up by that team and
it's huge, right?
Immediately setting himself to the GSL finals. He's had such a great year already. It feels like there are times where almost nobody could stop him. And here he is once again in the top 4, now in the finals of the GSL for the 2nd time in his career. Can he become a champion?
Very cool to see. Guys, short break. We come back. The other half of the semifinals. Dark versus Solar is coming up next. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you in a few.
The way that you look in your eye, knew. Started off with one, then had a few. Your lips, they taste like whiskey, every move. Time, the minutes quickly passing by. Wanna slip away into the night, but I don't need to wake up by your side. Come home. 'Cause when you're away, I'm cold right through my bones. I can tell which headlights are yours. They follow me until I'm begging you to walk right through the door. How do you sleep at night? Tell me what to do, 'cause you mess my head up. Now I feel what I feared was true. All these problems are just hand-me-downs. Trying to keep on living in this
똑같은 하루에서 답답함을 빼면 더 청량해질 거야. 제로처럼. 우리 없어도 되는 건 빼고 살자. 칠성 사이다 제로. 청량한 이 순간 칠성 사이다로부터. 칠성 사이다.
우주급 텐션 최고의 토캔 핫식스 토캔.
사람들은 말한다. 이번 영상 무조건 싸워야 돼. 집중해보자. 프로게이머는 피지컬이 전부라고. 빈틈없는 운영, 변수 창출을 위한 뱀픽, 상대팀에 대한 분석까지. 승부는 싸우기 전에 결정된다. 분석 완료.
상혁이 형, 애체
실패.
미친 몰입감과 다양한 경품까지.
아프리카 TV 승부 예측 서비스.
Today's matchup. Dark. Solar. Semifinals. Match 2.
Africa TV, Freak Up Studio, live. 2023 GSL Season 3.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to switch gears and go to a ZVZ. This is Dark versus Solar. We just wrapped up GuMiho versus Classic, where GuMiho honestly really outplayed, really outclassed Classic. GuMiho only losing in Game 2, where GuMiho just recycled the Game 1 strategy again. I guess confident he could just throw it out one more time and kill Classic off, and was unable to do it. But other than that, I think GuMiho is looking to be in great shape and be a pretty strong contender for whoever wins with these two players right here. All right, we're going to go to the interview now. Gus Sparks says Dark and Solar are with us today. So you're both one step away from the finals. Dark, did you get time to watch GuMiho's games? I don't really care how the first half of the semi-finals went. I'm more focused on my own match and making it to the finals. Solar, you're laughing. Why are you laughing? I'm just happy to be on this stage finally. Yeah. Feels good. And I'm confident in ZVZ. We know you're great at ZVZ. How confident are you? Yes, but Dark is mechanically very gifted. So I don't think it's going to be easy, even if I'm strong in the matchup. You've always been eliminated in the quarterfinals, but you're here in the semifinals. It's been 10 years. How do you feel? I feel like we've had more more fans in the studio since the semifinals, so that's exciting. But when you have more than best of 5 matchups, you've always defeated Dark. I think in online matchups I'm in pretty good shape. So hopefully I can carry that confidence to this match here today. We'll see. Let's go to you, Dark. How's your condition? Before I came to the studio, my condition was great, but when I saw these pajama pants he's wearing, somehow I feel my conditions become worse. He says, yeah, but is it your curse that you grew facial hair and weren't able to do as well? He says, yeah, but I had that last time and I did fine.
살짝 뒤를 많이 모으긴 했는데
You've upgraded your mustache.
바지를 좀
Do
많이
you think you have better energy than his pajama pants?
뒤를 모으지 않았나 싶어요.
강민 선수. 자, 이
He says, I bet he didn't even wash his pants. These guys are going at it right now.
세탁을 안 해야지 그 내공이 더 발휘가 되는 건가요?
아니, 세탁은 꾸준히 하고 있고요.
Is this true, Solar?
이번에 만약에 제가 치고 명호 형이
No, I wash his pants all the time.
이번에는 꼭 좀 수염 좀 밀어줬으면 좋겠어요.
야, 알겠습니다. 이 두 선수가 굉장히 미소를 주면서
If he defeats me and I go to the finals, I want him to shave that beard off his face.
4강에서 어떤 모습 보일지 각오 말씀해 주시죠.
So there have been fans who have been supporting you for a long time. Many of them are in the studio today. Anything you want to say to them? This is a great opportunity for me. I hope I can make it to the GSL finals for the first time ever. I'll do my best.
한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
And Dark, you?
이번 GSL 4강 결승을 위해서 정말 열심히 준비했거든요. 그래서 마지막으로 유종의 미를 거두고
I put a lot of prep in for the semifinals.
떠날 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Since this is the last season of 2023, I want to show an incredible performance for my fans. All right, that's it. Cool. I like the facial hair versus pajama pants battle.
That's the ultimate storyline here at GSL, yeah.
This is truly is a post-pandemic thing where everybody started wearing comfy clothes outside the house. You were wearing them for long enough, you're like, I'm not going to not wear these.
Yeah, I've been doing that too.
I've been doing a little bit of that myself.
Wearing my sweats all around the neighborhood.
I think they should let us wear like just whole pajama outfits here.
Yeah, we were talking about in the rehearsal. Just let us wear our tees when we come to the studio.
We should have just let me wear a onesie.
Onesie.
You know? Yeah.
What do they call?
A little hood I can pull over it with bear ears on it.
All right. Well, Solar, his first ever GSL Finals attempt. I remember when I read that stat coming in today, I was kind of taken aback because Solar has always been one of the best Zerg players in the world.
Yeah.
One of the top Zergs in Korea. But as you said, he always gets eliminated in the round of 8. Hasn't really been able to make it into the round of 4 until now. And on paper, it's a very tough draw coming up against Dark, one of the all-time greatest Zerg players in StarCraft 2's history. Really kind of plays his own style of Zerg. I know Solar was saying that mechanically Dark is very gifted, but I feel like compared to players like Solar, like Serral, like Raynor, I feel like Dark is probably mechanically the weakest out of those bunch, but his brain is so strong. The prep that he comes in with strategies. I feel like Dark is really one of those players that if he came into StarCraft 2, if he played Terran, if he played Protoss, if he played Zerg, it would have no bearing on his success as a player. He is just so intelligent, but Solar coming into this one, again, since September, if I'm not mistaken, Solar is 17-1 in best-of-3 series, which is an incredible streak. That one loss, by the way, was to Serral after he beat Serral in 3 series in a row.
Yeah, no shame in that.
So Solar right now kind of on top of the world in CBZ, but you're going from an online format into an offline format against one of the GOATs in offline play, and it's a best-of-5. It's not a best-of-3. The stakes are the highest they've ever been.
And look, I mean, Dark is probably the favorite to take the whole GSL after Morrow got knocked out.
Yeah.
But I think Solar's the favorite with these two.
He might be.
I think he might be. It's weird to say Dark's ever the underdog, but let's get into this. And don't forget, guys, the winner of this best-of-5 goes into the finals to face off against GuMiho in the very last GSL of 2023.
DKZ Gaming Dark. Onside, Solar.
Oh, we got a... Wait, who's
12?
right? That's Solar? Okay. Sometimes in ZVZ, nothing happens for, 2 minutes or something, and then other times you're like, oh, hold on. So...
Yeah, it's a 12 pool coming out from Solar.
And it's going to be Hatch first here for Dark. I feel like my brain can't work with the cast until they actually fill those names in the overlay at the bottom.
Yeah. You gotta watch when watch when they're doing the introductions, because oftentimes you observe when they do like the little camera spin move, they'll mouse over the hatchery and get to see the names.
Yeah.
Yeah, Solar.
So 6 Zerglings inbound.
We'll see how many he ends up making.
8.
I imagine he will stop at 10, but no, he's actually pulling drones. Okay, he's going fully all in. It's not just a couple of drones. Oh, it's like a scary movie, man. Okay, is Dark's Overlord going to see? Yeah, he sees everything.
Okay, he sees it. No, he's not going to go around.
Yeah, he's just full sending it.
Yes.
All right.
In fact, this map makes you kind of zigzag around. Now, we're either going to see a hold or a kill. There's literally one drone mining.
I love the one drone.
Yeah, that's the draft dodger back there. 2 spines go down.
Oh, he places both of them immediately.
Okay, so that's big. Even delaying that by a second or a half a second is big.
And Dark is playing this really smart by trying to sack the drones up. I actually think this fight may be a little bit too early here for Dark. The Lings are going to have so much DPS for Solar. Drones and Lings going to battle right now, but this is massively
This is a bad angle to be at because you can't mine, you can't recover as easily the spines. Oh, actually, you know what? There's some genius to this because he isolated one of the spine crawlers, so maybe this works out.
Is it going to be enough, though? Actually, a really favorable engagement there for Dark, as a lot of the Lings were on the low ground there for Solar, and now he's going to focus on these drones, mining from the hatchery here on the low ground.
So the problem is that these drones don't have anywhere to go return to.
Yeah,
he might be able to try to surround that spine.
It's
still there. I mean, this is, I guess, well, let's not forget, there is only one drone mining back at home, so long-distance mining can still go on. It's easy to forget when you see one side not mining. It's like, wait a minute, it's actually the same thing on the other side of the map. So he's just going to go on a full-on pursuit.
Oh, this is wild.
And when there's literally just one drone mining versus nothing, that's actually crazy. It's a huge amount. The spine's still out here. He hasn't committed to go down on that just yet.
Literally no mining for Dark.
Is there any value in sending his drones back?
I don't think he can secure it. Dark has 3 more Lings, but I feel like Solar can just completely zone him out, and slowly but surely he's going to be trickling more Lings out from his main base.
He makes another pair.
Just hatched.
Oh, he baits those.
Yes, Solar's doing a good job of splitting his units right now. He just maps it out perfectly where he has enough to deal with these drones and Lings in the middle of the map.
I think that, yeah, Red wins here.
Wow.
That's Solar driving him back. We are so close to the closer right now. 7 workers to 3. 7 workers, but most of them here for Solar in the attack.
And that spine crawler placement is so smart, by the way. It's guarding the ramp, so Solar is really able to box out these units. Dark takes a couple of shots there from the spine crawler.
Okay, now he's going to move the spine crawler, I think, to the low ground.
Yeah, I feel like Solar just has enough meat in his army right now with 7 drones in total on the field that...
Yeah, 7 drones. The link count's almost the same, but the extra drones change the math a little bit. He's trying to corner this. Dark's not giving up just yet. The flank's going to come in here.
That's going to be a win for Solar, man.
Dude, yeah, that's it. GG. Okay.
Crap.
Okay.
We are starting with some fireworks in this one.
Let's just make all the games weird.
Yeah.
That was great.
What a bizarre.
That was just, well, you know, it's so funny because, like, I was like halfway through trying to play-by-play it where I'm like, oh, the 2 spines on the high ground, that's pretty cool. And then we see the drones go to low ground. I go, well, he can't mine from there. But then I see the flank with the Lings. I go, oh, that's why. But the fact that they both got up quick enough, and then there was just no way to even efficiently mine long distance with the drones. I do like what Dark did where he had the drones going to the third and coming back. But once Solar realized that's what's happening, he just started to chase him. He forced the remaining drones of Dark to be part of the fight instead of part of the economy. And that's where 1 mining drone beats no mining drones.
He was able to trickle in 1 or 2 pairs of Zerglings from that.
Yeah.
And just barely edging it out. And he made some great calls, too, in terms of knowing exactly how many units split in a situation where he had relatively limited information on how many Lings Dark had in his main base, for instance, if there is any mining drone right there. So really a beautifully played 12 pool all in by Solar in game number 1 as the games continue to be weirder and weirder here in the semifinals. Let's see what set number 2 on Hardlet is going to bring. Dark versus Solar here, the final semifinals, the final GSL of 2023.
DKZ Gaming Dark. alongside Solar.
It's crazy to think that we're entering the 6th game of the semifinals today. We've only had one that truly felt anything close to standard.
Yeah, I know.
In terms of openings.
Normally, yeah, these are the exception and not the rule. This game, at least so far, it's way more textbook. We've got both sides going for hatch first from Hong Kong, I believe, to watch GSL finals.
Welcome.
Welcome. Oop, we're going to see if we can get his sign. Nope, too late.
Gotta get that micro up, man. Too low on the sign APM.
Yeah. Your build order was too late showing the sign. So things are mirroring each other. I was joking about, you know, well, not entirely. Actually, it's an earlier extractor for Dark.
Yeah, a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Should he start speed right away, we'll get it maybe 2 or 3 seconds earlier than his
we'll
opponent.
see if there's anything interesting he can do with that coming up here. So, yeah, I mean, that game 1, that was wild to see that go down, especially with players like Dark. They have to deal with stuff like that so often that they've got it down to, you know, a perfect set of moves to hold it. But Solar really knew all the complexities of that. And it's funny, games like that can look kind of stupid and chaotic at times, but if you really, you know, get down to the nitty-gritty details of what each side's doing, there's a lot of cool little ideas at play. And it takes what could have been an economic strategy game and turns it into really this game of control and tactics.
Yeah, it's a big gamble for Solar too, but it was a good one in terms of metagaming, right?
Yeah,
you know,
showing a lot of confidence.
Yeah, Dark went for the 15 hatchery, and then he went for gas in a pool behind it too. And imagine if Dark doesn't take that extractor. He has 1 more drone that's able to mine 25 more minerals. Maybe he's able to eke out 1 more pair of Zerglings. And with the unit counts as close as they were to being mirrored in that game, that might have been the difference. You know, Dark taking that extractor instead of not taking the extractor. It's hard to say, but when you play in situations like that one, by the way, both players taking the 3rd base completely mirrored right now.
4 Lings started. Now we have a Baneling's Nest being made here by Solar. This can a lot of times just be for defensive purposes. But we do have games where they'll use it for, you know, some kind of aggressive attack. There's more Lings being made by Dark. That's the big thing we're watching for, is how many more drones is Solar going to make versus Dark? Because if Dark keeps making Lings, he might actually be setting up some kind of an attack.
Yeah, Solar's still droning. Does pump 1 more out, and yeah, it's more Lings coming out from Dark, so I'm imagining we're going to see, there's a lot of drones coming out of Solar.
This is going to get pretty dangerous pretty quickly here for Solar. Now, with Banelings being made, if you position them right and trade right, you can be okay, but, I mean, if not, it's going to be a game that's going to be very short again.
And Solar is scouting now. He sees a very limited drone count in the natural expansion here. I kind of feel like you have to cancel this 3rd hatch, but I don't know, maybe you also leave it up just to buy time. I'm not sure what the math is going to be. And
well,
it seems
I think it's one of the tougher calls to make in the moment. He is making a Roach Warren to at least make a barricaded entrance. Oh, that's a weird trade. He actually just did damage to a Baneling and nothing else.
A bit favorable there for Solar. Dark does have more Lings, however, at this time.
And they are both going pedal to the metal now. It's no more drones. There is still a better drone count right now by a lot here for Solar.
Wow, I'm
so
surprised.
Dark needs to do a lot of damage. And that was some pretty, like, S-class play there from Solar to know that the hatchery could still soak up damage and he could keep it alive. And even to send one of the queens out, you're always wary of the, you know, the zig to the zag where they then run into your main when the queens aren't blocking that area. Dark's going to double down. He's making more Banes. And now we're getting some Roaches in here. Now, the Roaches begin to mute the damage the Banelings can do, because the Roaches can really hold their ground. They can snipe Banes from a distance.
Yeah, we see exactly that. Solar trying to keep the Lings alive. Dark trying to go for the surround on the Roaches. Lings were able to block it for a little bit, but the Banelings come in. That's a big connection there for Dark as he sends the Lings into the main base. Going to try and get some economic damage done on his opponent. More Lings in production here. I kind of feel like Dark's attack, though, it's running out of steam. Solar did such a good job of managing this defense. On paper, looking at how many drones he pumped out, I thought there was no way he was going to be able to hold that 3rd hatchery, but just the way he maneuvered his units, the way he managed his economy in terms of going for that Roach Warren and then just making barely enough Lings and Banelings to survive the onslaught, keep the hatchery alive on low HP, and then anchor the defense with the Roaches was just completely brilliant. And Dark, he's going to triple down on it. He eked out a couple more drones, but he's going back into Ling production.
Yeah, so I mean, Solar is basically economically better off. And if you keep attacking it and you keep failing, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
So you know, you need to have room for growth.
Dark finally now going for a big round of drones. But he's pretty far behind at this point. The roach count for Solar is looking very healthy. Evolution Chamber now coming in. No upgrades yet in the pipeline for Dark as he continues to be pretty significantly behind in workers against his opponent. And Solar should know that he's in a very good spot.
Yeah, well,
right
you
now.
know, Solar's basically survived the onslaught. We've got a couple more Lings coming in here. This is, you know, if you get a drone, great, but it's also to count the drones in general, to try to evaluate where they're at. It's still basically 10 workers ahead here for Solar. Dark down and unable to do damage. And, you know, in a little bit here, it's going to be Solar's turn. He's up to 16 roaches to the 4 that Dark has.
I feel like Solar is going to do maybe 1 or 2 more rounds of drones. And then once Lair Tech is done, I mean, you already have +1 missile attacks underway. I think you get roach speed and you just pretty much go for full pedal to the metal aggression in terms of roaches because in theory, given how heavily Dark committed to that attack at the third base and how well Solar managed it with a high drone count, I don't think there's any way that Dark is going to be able to stop a push. But in fact, it's a Spire coming down here for Solar. Wow.
So this is pretty cool. Well, he could probably feign some threats here and force out the same number of roaches from Dark, and then the curveball comes in, and you're going to be hitting them with the air. It's really tough if you did any kind of rush in ZVZ and you didn't work, and you're like, well, I guess we're still in this game. We're not dead, but we're behind. And so I think forcing him to match him in roaches, he might even try to move out and generate threats. He's also taking a 4th base right there in the middle, right under that Overlord.
Yeah, Dark has to respect the threat on the ground. Mutalisks might be one of the last things on his mind in a situation like
There's
this
a secret
one.
Hydra on the corner of the map. Far right.
Oh, there is?
Yeah, there's like a secret Hydralisk over there.
I've played so many games on hard, but I
yeah,
never noticed
I
it.
didn't notice that Hydra is there.
You got to recruit that one into your faction.
I know.
It's like a campaign mission.
I
You
know.
free it from the jail.
You got to get near it and you capture it, and then it's part of your army. You get some dialogue options about how we need to go beat Solar and even this out.
It looked like a big Hydra, too. Probably has some upgrades.
Yeah.
Does some more damage. All right, well, 6 more Overlords in production for Dark. That usually telegraphs that Roach Ravager production is going to be in full swing here.
Dude, the Ravagers are being made, but so are the Mutas, and the Ravagers can't do anything to the Mutas.
Yeah, those biles are not going to connect. And
So-
even on the ground right now, despite the fact that Solar is pumping out these Mutalisks, he's so far ahead from the early game that he still has more Roaches than his opponent. So Dark is going to be soon in a very awkward position where he's going up against a Mutalisk player. He has to commit to throwing down a ton of Spore Crawlers.
He didn't get the scout off. Well, what am I saying? The
he's-
Mutas are here hitting the
he's
Overlords.
losing
Excuse me.
Overlords. But his Roach count is still 10 less than Solar's. I mean, that's the lead that Solar has, is he can make these mutas and still be ahead in army on the ground. And that really kind of puts you in a tough position here as Dark, as you have literally nothing going your way.
Yeah.
You're behind a base. Your Roach count is inferior compared to your opponents. Your upgrades are later compared to your opponents. And he has mutas and you don't.
Yeah. Now, the Spores are set up so that the Mutas can't really get too far in there. The Queens obviously are a threat as well, but we've got a big attack coming here from multiple sides. We've got Solar here with the dive. He's going to continue to press forward. We've got Biles now connecting in the back. The Mutas can come in here and add a little bit of extra damage over here onto those Ravagers that are now going to have to be pulled here behind the Queens, but the Roaches are going to close on them as well. The supply remains almost maxed out for Solar as Dark gets lower and lower.
Solar just playing a masterful ZBZ from that early game defense, able to translate it into a win, and now he is one win again.
What
one
is
win
going
away.
on tonight?
1 win away
Guys,
from the GSL
slow
finals.
down. We
That's
want more
crazy.
games. This has been so fast. And you can really see, you know, Dark is such a decorated pro gamer in StarCraft 2. I mean, he's truly in the pantheon of the greatest players he's ever been. But Solar, he just gets the matchup. It doesn't matter. He won 2 extremely different games. And that was Dark trying to find a moment to pierce as mid-game was starting to develop. Come in there and get a fatal or at least crippling blow. Doesn't happen. Does not happen. And so Solar knows how to not only survive into the late game, but set it up so that Dark is in a bad position and Solar can close it out. Because Dark's a survivor, man. Dark's a survivor when it comes to ZVZ, ZVP, ZVT. Even if he's down, he can kind of let the game drag out and find a solution. And now we're going to be on the map. Solaris.
His home map.
Oh my God.
For game 3.
That's the map that sounds like his ID state.
Well, Dark picked it. We'll see if he has a plan. Of course, with the speed zones in the middle of the map, it does kind of change the map in terms of early game, but Dark from here needs to reverse sweep.
This is the map Solar used to ride his bike as a kid on. This is terrible for Dark.
It's his neighborhood.
Yeah, this is...
All right, let's see if Dark can bring this one back.
Oh, there's an extractor already? What? Who's who?
That's Solar.
KC gaining
12 gas.
Oh, man.
12 gas, 11 pool against 12 pool?
Yes. Yes!
Onside, Solar.
It's getting weird.
I mean, usually we come into the finals day this year. We have the semifinals, and then we go into the finals.
Yeah.
And mentally we come into the studio, we're ready for a long day.
Oh,
We've got our caffeine in us. We are prepared. But we are speed running
What
through
time is
this,
it?
man.
This show started at 5. It's 6:30. It's been on for an hour and a half.
Don't
And
we usually-
This looks like it might be short. I mean, it should be. It could be long in theory. They could both, survive this and it goes on. But this is like so much faster than I was expecting. So, couple thoughts here. By the way, gas being made a little bit later here. They're both going to have the same number of links. It doesn't really matter that Darks is going to spawn first. But with the extra minerals and the extra drones going into the extractor, Zergling's speed's going to finish first for Solar. So I think this is actually pretty good for Solar.
I think I'm with you on that one. It's such a unique situation, but he's now going to see with the Overlord that he's up against a 12 pool.
So it's going to be Ling Baneling too. So speed. So there's going to be a period of real fragility for Dark. And he's not even going to know that that's what's going on just yet.
Yeah, because Solar is sending his lings
moved around
across the map.
Now, he's trying to avoid the Overlord, but, he has lings back here. Oh, my God.
Dark has no idea what is coming on
He went around him.
Dark's going for a natural
He's
expansion.
totally gone around him.
Both players on 12 drones, by the way. And Dark right now might think this is 12 pool against 12 pool. That is possible, but speed is about to finish. It's maybe 20, 30 seconds out.
I can't emphasize this enough. Speedlings versus slowlings. The speedlings are so much better. The Baneling's nest is starting here for Dark, but it's already done, and Banelings have started for Solar.
Where are those Banelings morphing?
They're just to the bottom right of the screenshot here.
Okay.
So they're just, so they could actually blindside him. Here we go. Here we go.
All right, Baneling's already coming into the natural, and the Lings have speed. So Dark, these Lings right here in the middle of the map already get cleaned up. That's 3 or 4 going down. Baneling's nest not even done yet in the main base.
No, he's not all in. He's going for the hatchery. There's one queen out.
Solar building a hatchery back at home.
This hatch is going to go down. He gets the kill on that Ling. Now, how much is he going to commit to this? By the way, a Solar with the expansion up. Oh, my God.
Oh, what a big hit! It gets every single Ling! Every single Ling, the Queens are surrounded!
Oh my God, and now the drones are isolated.
The Baneling connections there for Dark were good as well. So at the end of the day, there's only one Ling still left up here for Solar. This could have gone so much better, but it's GG, it's called!
No, it's W. He actually doesn't even type it out right.
Oh my goodness!
Look, Solar's settling in the finals. I can't believe it.
That was one of the fastest semifinals we've ever had, and now Solar has made it to the finals.
That was insane.
Against GuMiho. What an incredible series. You can see how amped he is right now on stage. And Dark just looks shell-shocked by this series.
Well, I mean, we've been saying since Maru died out at the, day one that Solar's going to move. That Maru dies out, that Dark should win this GSL. And so, here we are. Solar, this could actually be the season. This could be the moment.
It's the season of upsets here.
It is. What a story. We were talking about Creator for so long, and maybe he's going to do it, but now Solar is one step away from taking the whole thing. And I'll tell you what, we've been casting Solar here at GSL as well as tournaments all over the world forever. He's had he's had great games, but he's never been like the Zerg. It was always Rogue. It was always Dark, or even Sue back in the day, right? Where Sue was in like almost, every finals that we had for that period, but didn't win. But now Solar's here. He's the last Zerg to survive.
It's finally his time.
This has been crazy.
His
GuMiho Solar GSL finals. And by the way, it's not one of those weird, it's only weird because of how many finals we've had that would never look like this, but you look at the games, they're in great shape. He just 3-0'd Dark.
GuMiho is showing incredible range. We're playing in a new patch where he's able to bust out these Cyclone builds that no one quite seems ready to figure out. And Solar, through just his sheer ZVZ prowess, has basically booked his ticket into the finals. Upsetting Dark is huge.
3-0ing Dark.
He looked shell-shocked on stage. I've never seen Dark after a series like that just look so dumbfounded by what happened. Just the way that Solar was able to play. Going into game number 2, Solar made a round of 6, 7, 8 drones when Dark was doing a fully committed push. And we have God vision, basically. I've seen enough CVZs. I look at that, so I'm like, okay, well, the third base is probably going to have to get sacked.
Yeah.
Probably going to have to defend the natural expansion with roaches. You have a higher drone count. And then you can go into a longer game from there. Solar is still able to defend his third base. And then he just rides the momentum into a win. He played 3 very different games. He won all of them in convincing fashion.
Yeah, game 1 was insane. But game 2, he had game 3 had every sequence set up in the build to move through, to take all the oxygen out of the room there for Dark. And then with what we saw in game 2, you're right, the way he was able to let the hatchery soak the damage, get in there, drive him out, and then secure it was incredible. Guys, we're going to take, I think, a 15-minute break. We come back, the GSL finals.
Inside will set you free. So don't you wait, don't you freeze. Take my hand and run with me. So don't you wait, don't you freeze. Take my hand and run with me.
inside will set you free. Going insane, a part of the show, stuck in the maze. The harder I try to rattle the cage, the more that I know I'll never escape. It's my nature, I can't change. I will always be this way. I'm a freak. I'm just a freak. Nothing to hide, no one to blame. Sit on my throne, on the edge of a plane. It's my nature, in my bones. Everyone around me knows I'm a freak. I'm just a freak. I'm a freak. I'm just a freak. It's my nature, in my bones. Everyone around me knows I'm the shadow that creeps inside of your dreams, and I'm there when you fall asleep. I'm a freak.
think about it, cause I'm dying, baby. If you want it, you just have to take it. If you feel something, but you gotta tell me. Yeah, yeah. I don't know why it's stuck in me. I like but how you taste. Give me the signs, I'll take the step for you. You know I like you, baby, you know I want you to take the control. Alright, alright, baby, alright, alright. You know I like you, baby, you know I want you to take the control. Alright, alright, baby, alright, alright,
Yeah.
우주급 텐션 최고의 토킹 핫식스 터킨.
똑같은 하루에서 답답함을 빼면 더 청량해질 거야. 제로처럼. 우리 없어도 되는 건 빼고 살자. 칠성사이다 제로. 청량한 이 순간 칠성사이다로부터. 칠성사이다.
우주급 텐션 최고의 토킹 핫식스 터킨.
나를 부르는 수많은 단어들.
페이커?
불사대마 대빌력.
하지만 나를 가장 기쁘게 하는 건
상혁이야!
팬들과 소통할 때 나는 살아있음을 느낀다.
혹시 나랑 1대1 가는? 피지컬은 나쁘지 않는데 운영이 좀 아쉽네.
선수들과 직접 소통할 수 있는 개인 방송과 구독자 Q&A까지. 아프리카 TV 팀페이지.
Just
에이!
random하게 골랐어요. 준호?
오? 뭐죠?
망나니 같아요.
김대엽이요. 대엽이 천성 자체가 악함도 없고 약간 유쾌한 성격이라 약간 광대 노릇을 하지 않았을까.
지난 결승에 대한 복수인가요?
아니요. 전혀 그런 건 조금은 있을 수도 있긴 하고요. 근데 만약에 지금 그 모습 그대로 가는 거잖아요. 조선시대로. 그러면은 이렇게 뭔가
영호 형은 뭔가 이 사진이 망나니? 칼 들고 뭔가 딱 뭐 스총하고 막 그럴 것 같아요.
영호가 제일 일을 잘할 것 같긴 해서 비주얼만 따지면 수염도 이제 길고. 네.
영호? 힘 잘 쓰게 생긴 게 양반집에 약간 돌쇠 이렇게 해가지고 힘든 일 많이 하고 그래서
영화이기요. 마당새도 힘을 잘 쓸 것 같아가지고 잡일을 잘할 것 같아서 좋았습니다.
민수님 뭔가 약간 발이 넓은 노비 약간 그런 느낌. 배역으로 따지면 되게 잘 어울리는 느낌?
민수야, 민수. 광대가 좀 낮은 신분이었잖아요. 광대 비슷했을 것 같고 술 같은 파는 그런 곳에서 말 잘했을 것 같아요.
Okay, Minsu, why? I couldn't decide. It was hard to choose, and I was recommended that many players chose Minsu. So I think they know better than me.
민수야. 망나니였을 것 같은데? 사진만 보면 영호 형이 좀
근데 왜 민수가 망나니죠?
재밌잖아요.
이것도 뭔가 민수가 노비 약간 좀 개처럼 온라인 리그 막 뛰는 거 열심히 약간 좀 일했을 것 같아서.
민수 형이 좀 노비로 살 것 같은 느낌이. 민수 형 지금 생각만 하고 있다가 너무 민수 형 우려먹는 것 같아서 일을 못해서 맨날 혼났을 것 같아요. 같은 노비들한테.
원장을 맞았는데.
원장 맞아도 웃고 있을 것 같아요.
강대들이 노는 자리에서 바람 잡는 느낌이에요. 옆에서 사람 막 끌어모으고 막 재밌다 하면서 혼자 바람 잡는 시장 바닥 있을 것 같아요.
나쁜 걸로 많이 나왔어요.
아, 왜 저예요 또? 또 저라고요? 게이머들이 시기 질투의 대상으로 보는 게 아니에요.
하고 그런 선수가 없어가지고 다 쓰고 허거리면서
확보 없이 뭔가 하는 지략.
실세
Today's matchup. GuMiho. Solar. GSL Season 3. The final.
Usually this is the part where I say we're finally here, but not finally. This has been so fast. The semifinals are already done. It's now time to have the actual finals of the GSL Code S, a TVZ Solar versus GuMiho. I couldn't be more excited. I think this is a finals nobody really saw coming. All right, our first player to come out is GuMiho. He's been playing incredibly. Builds that we've never seen before. He could very well take this whole thing state.
Representing Cloud9, recently joined. Can he deliver them a championship in basically his debut performance?
Rose up from the bottom, made our own route. We ain't never worried, bring them all out. Sling on our side, we going up. Bring the giants out, bring the giants out, bring the giants out.
And of course, his opponent Solar, who had, we can't confirm this 100%, but probably the shortest best of 5 in GSL history. It just happened, defeating Dark 3-0.
On an incredible level right now, his first ever GSL finals.
Took him 10 years to even get to the round of 4. Now he's in the finals. Things are moving very quickly.
He's been grinding since the very beginning. It's finally paying off. He's all the way here, so close to that trophy.
All right, we're going to be doing an interview now with our 2 players. Caster Park going to the main stage. All right, we have our 2 finalists on the stage. You're a former GSL champion, GuMiho. But you're here again now. Your opponent, Solar. He was always defeated in the quarterfinals. Now he's here in the finals versus you. What do you say? If I faced him last season, I think I would have been more afraid. But I actually beat him in several matches this year, so I definitely have confidence. Certainly it wasn't an easy victory, but look, I'm not going to let my guard down. But look at Solar's pajama pants. These pants always bring the victory. Does that not intimidate you? It does scare me a bit, he says. It has weird animals on it. I think his pants helped with his mindset. Would you agree, Solar? Yes. You play all these online matches with these pants on. And you had these great results. Now you're in our studio. You're in their first finals. I didn't come into the season with high expectations. I just kind of thought I would open my mind up and look, it worked out. GuMiho's right. He defeated me so many times before. I'm ready to take him on now and get revenge. You have these godlike pants on. You have godlike confidence. It seems like you're ready to become a god of GSL. I think compared to all the other tournament finalists, I think GuMiho is definitely someone I could be comfortable against. It's not like Maru, right? He says, yeah, here's someone he can definitely take on.
저도 사실 영호에 비해서 훨씬
Well, whenever we compare anybody to Maru, it's always an easy opponent. I could say the same thing about Solar being here.
정재현 선수를 잡아내니까 지금 고병재를 만났어요. 더 강력한 선수 아닙니까? 빌드 마스터인데요. 메카닉의 아버지 매버지예요.
So you defeated Dark.
8강 때도 약간 그런.
Now, obviously, this player you're going up against isn't a Zerg.
근데 이번 시즌
You have to go against so many different builds. How do you feel?
거쳐면서 운이 뭔가 다 저한테 쏠리는 느낌?
He's great at creating builds, sure.
뭔가 느낌은 편안하고 좋습니다.
네.
But I have just a good feeling about this.
그럼 사실 지금 고병 선수 입장에서도 빌드 준비되는데 너무 잘 풀리고 그리고 지금 보면은 그 빌드 준비했을 때 강민 선수 데이터는 어느 정도 느낌이에요?
You executed all your strategies as you prepared.
이게 준비를 한다고 했을 때
You've had time to analyze Solar's play.
제일 많이 준비하고
How many games will you take off him? What will the score be? I prepared so much for the semis. I can't say I prepared as much versus Solar specifically because I thought Dark was going to advance.
8강 때 했던 거를 이제
Asher Park's so funny right now.
꽁 대신 당민수. 아니 진짜 박영우 준비를 했대요. 어렵지 복수해줘야죠.
Basically, GuMiho said, well, since Solar's another Zerg, maybe it's going to be fine anyways.
서로 그냥 딱히 준비 없는 상태에서 재밌는 제가 이길 것 같네요.
와, 서로
Solar says same is true for me. I'm mostly focused on the semifinals. I guess we're the same situation.
오늘 어떤 각오로 임하실 건지 팬분들한테 한 말씀 그리고 고병재 선수에게 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
We've got so many fans at the studio. Any words to them before we start?
하늘이 내리신 기회인 것 같고 꼭 이 기회 잡아서 우승하고 고병재 선수도 이제
This is the very first opportunity for me to win at GSL. It's my first finals. It took me 10 years to get this far. So I think this is going to be my final. Or it wasn't meant to be.
그 우승의 그 이유 그리고 각오 한 말씀 그리고 강민 선수에게 한 말씀.
GuMiho, you heard what he said. What do you say to the fans here?
GSL 시즌 3 시작한다고 했을 때 걱정이 되게 많았던 건 사실이에요. 제가 이게 패치에
Before I started the season, I had a lot of trepidation.
준비할 때마다.
With the new patch, I wasn't sure how I would perform on it, or if I could adapt or understand it. But I made it so this far. I don't see why I couldn't take the whole thing. I think I'm ready.
이번 시즌 최정상에 올라온 선수가 6년 만에 다시 우승 트로피를 들어올릴 것인가 아니면 생애 최초로 10년 넘은 시간 동안 GSL 도전했던 강민 선수가 우승 트로피를 최초로 올리게 될지.
Will we see GuMiho raise another trophy? It's been 6 years. Or we see Solar finally win a GSL? Let's get it started. Shake hands. All right, we're doing this. This is it.
Let's get it going,
Season
man.
3 of 2023. Finals is going down now. 2 unusual players, and one of them is going to be crowned the champion.
A season of upsets. I think if you asked anybody at the start of this season who they would expect to see in the finals, you might hear them say Hero, you might hear them say Maru, you might hear them say Dark, but GuMiho versus Solar, an unexpected matchup and a season full of unexpected matchups, unexpected results, and it should be such a thrilling match. GuMiho playing out of his mind, just joined Cloud9. He's determined to deliver a championship for his new team. He's been looking great all year. This would really be kind of the feather in his cap to finish one of the best years of his career, frankly, in 2023. It's been so incredible. Meanwhile, Solar on one of the most impressive ZVZ streaks of all time. He beat Dark, of all players, in the semifinals of a GSL, a best of 5, and I think under 20 minutes across 3 games.
Insane, man.
Unbelievable. Possibly the fastest best of 5 we've ever had in the GSL. He has so much momentum behind him, and now he's going up against a Terran. It's a different matchup. It's a matchup that he hasn't been quite as capable at in the past relative to the ZVZ form he is in right now, but both these players, they said they didn't have a lot of time to prepare for their finals. They're mostly focused on just getting there by defeating their semifinals opponent. So it's going to be kind of a chaotic situation, I think, with both these players coming in. Not perfect preparation and just going to have to rely on skill and really go with the flow.
Now, we know that GuMiho always has a ton of different weird and crazy builds he could do, and Solar's just always been fine at ZVT. He's always been a very resilient player, but Solar very well could have some tricks up his sleeve as well. Look, we don't have these guys hooked up to lie detector tests when we interview them. And I've seen many pro gamers kind of downplay their prep or where their mindset is when they're on stage because they don't want to give anything away, right? So we're going to have a very good idea as we get into game 1 and see what they're going to be doing. then we're really going to know what kind of match we're going to have. But this should be a good one. It's undeniable these guys have been in phenomenal shape. They were in much better condition than the standard players we're used to seeing in the finals, like your Dark, like your Maru, even Cure.
GuMiho's really shown such an incredible range. And if we go to a set number 7, Tasteless, we're going to have a Rad Hussein station for the first time in this entire GSL.
Yeah.
It's been vetoed every single series up until this point. For that reason alone, I hope this match goes all the way to Game 7. But in any case, we should be in for a treat, a clash of styles. The resilient Solar, can he survive against really the plethora of builds? All the tricks GuMiho has up his sleeve. We're getting ready to get started. Game number 1 here on Golden Aura, GuMiho versus Solar, the GSL Season 3 Finals.
Oh, there's... Oh, nope, just a depot. Sorry.
Relax.
I'm too excited. I'm like, oh, crazy rushes are coming.
Bjorn's made us all really be on the edge of
know.
our seats.
We're like, oh, why is it going out so early?
Yeah, the 2-Rax Reaper meta has really thrown a wrench into the early game. When we're casting this, we only have a glimpse before we go into the player cams of where the workers are moving on the map.
Yeah.
And so many times we will catch this with SCV moving onto the low ground. And yeah, finally it's going to be a 2-Rax Reaper opening here for GuMiho.
So this has probably been the most used build in TVZ by all the Terrans. This season, I would say maybe Season 2 this year as well, although I think it really caught on Season 2. It looked like it was just a weird thing Beyond did, and as time has passed, it has gotten to be stronger, and I think it shows that there's a lot of different ways that you can approach it.
Yeah, and I like this build becoming standard as well here in TVZ. It's an interesting shakeup. So many more openings are viable for Terra now in this matchup because of this kind of build that Bjorn really pioneered. I remember in Season 1 of GSL this year, Bjorn coming out with that 2 barracks opening, he was doing it every single match in TVZ without fail. He was able to defend all-ins. What was happening?
Oh, Ragnarok spotted.
Yeah, shit is in the crowd. He's pretending to be shy, but no stranger to the big stage. But yeah, really, from Season 1, Bjorn pioneered this 2 barracks opening. And he said in interviews that he felt it was good enough to become standard, but in Season 1, it was really only him that was doing it. Occasionally, we would have one player try to mix it in. Oftentimes, it would falter. They would die to an all-in because they didn't have all the ins and outs on how to defend it. But over the course of this year, it's become more and more accepted among the Terrans within Korea, and for good reason. I mean, it's so good at putting on early pressure against opponents in the past. I mean, thinking back to GSLs from years bygone, you see this first opening Reaper, and more often than not, nothing ever comes of it, right? But once you add in Reapers number 2, 3, maybe even 4 and 5, should you decide to go that route, then suddenly against this situation on a map like Golden Aura, where you can start to really shell this third base, and this can set up for a timing attack in the mid game. Should you decide to push out with a Marine follow-up because that hatchery is going to be lower on HP. You can also slow down the economic machine of the Zerg a little bit because they have to pull these queens. These are queens that are not injecting. They're not spreading creep tumors. And it's a threat that Zerg really has to respect.
It can actually kill the hatchery, and we're getting close to that moment here now. It looks like he's going to try to run up. He does drop, I think, about, what, 2 Reapers? That other one can't get out. Big catch there. So, maybe not with the same grace that we would have seen from Beyond. Had he pulled that off, it would have been huge. But I think, to go back to the build itself that you were talking about, State, I guess one of the reasons why this was discovered late is that the Reaper loses utility the further along the game gets. So the idea is like, well, why would it be ever worth it to make a second barracks early just to get 1 extra Reaper? But you saw back there, he almost managed to get the hatchery to 0. Now, it's not the end of the world if the build doesn't work. It's just not as ideal. But in this game, we have infrastructure coming into play for Terran. We've got the 3rd command center coming along. And Zerg is going to be able to mine from that 3rd base, no problem. So nobody really hindered, nobody hobbled as we start out Game 1.
And look at how fast this first engineering bay is for GuMiho. That's about as fast as an engineering bay as I've ever seen in this matchup. So GuMiho might be gunning for a pretty quick +1 timing here in game number 1, or maybe even 1-1 with just one engineering bay. There's a couple of different ways this could play out. An interesting idea. Hey, GuMiho always has such a clever and unique take on his opening builds. One of the main reasons why he made it to this GSL Finals is the range that he's been able to deliver and also showcase over this entire year, but specifically this season with a new patch and new maps is just unbelievable. The amount of preparation it takes cannot be understated in a situation like this one where really so much of the game has been reset. You know, a couple minor tweaks to the casual observer from the outside, they might not seem like they have a big impact, but I guarantee you at this highest of levels, even the smallest of changes can be completely meta shifting. And when you add on the new map pool as well, I mean, GuMiho just really not skipping a beat.
You know, it does seem like this tournament has been the perfect storm of factors for GuMiho. You're right, new patch, bunch of new maps. It really allowed him to come in with some very inventive playstyles. Even the playstyle that GuMiho's using, which is basically taken from Beyond's Book of Plays, I would not be surprised if we see some of his own unique spins on that. The third CC is ready to be landed, so he just clears out the Overlord over here. It looks like he is going to push, although that Ling that was there to block that is instead going to run in and try to see if we can find where the third base is.
Solar over the course of this GSL and ZVT has been playing a relatively low drone count in the mid game to deal with early game aggression, and I'm wondering if that might come back to bite him at some point in this series as the stem comes through. +1 infantry weapons not quite yet completed, so GuMiho instead just buying some time, but I think there is some strategy that GuMiho could play with a fast 3cc like this, knowing that Solar's a Zerg that's more likely to cut drones around 60, maybe the mid-60s at most, because I think GuMiho moving in with this mindset knows that he's basically stopping the economic machine that is Solar. And Solar, he might be able to get a good surround with these Lings.
Oh, this is pretty ballsy by GuMiho. Does this actually math out?
He's going to be able to trade a good number of these Marines and then lift up and go into the main base.
So that was really cost efficient. I think a lot of other players would have scooped up a little bit earlier on. But he is going to be able to get both these medevacs out.
Yeah, and I think more importantly than the trade that happened on the ground there is that GuMiho, just by having his presence on the map against a player that is so focused on defense as Solar, because he's so resilient, he doesn't want to get knocked out in the mid game. He wants to get to that late game safely if he can. GuMiho knows that by doing this pressure, he is really slowing down the economy of Zerg, and now that that third base is planted at the triangle third here for GuMiho, his work count, it's almost fully caught up to Solar, which is really remarkable at this stage in the game.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. Looks like he overextended a little bit here. He drops one medevac. It was the more empty one. But I would say overall not too consequential here. Obviously, the Zerg can relax a little bit. We did have the early Liberator in this game. We didn't give it that much thought, or at least we didn't talk about it that much when it came out, but it has been a little bit of a nuisance. It's killed a couple drones here or there. Wow. As far as development goes for Zerg, the Zerg's about to be on 5 bases. The 5th base at the center left, or 9 o'clock, if you will, is going to be set up over there now.
Yeah, Solar went for a really big round of drones after that early game aggression, going all the way up to 80 now as this medevac's barely going to escape. Liberator in the main base should get deflected by the Spore Crawler. Might be barely actually survive that as GuMiho now going to start levying some pressure over here at the 9 o'clock base. There's a lot of defense ready for Solar, but these Siege Tanks on the high ground, is Solar going to commit? Yes, he will. These 1-1 Lings coming in, get a nice surround on both the Siege Tanks, and although the Siege Tanks go down, it's not a very bad trade there for GuMiho, especially if he can lift up these Marines and escape to safely.
Although whenever I see a couple tanks taken out like that, I'm always a little bit more worried about the push later on.
Right.
It seems like a lot of times those tanks are the backbone that allow you to launch attacks over and over. Actually, when we had that drop, the camera shot was a little bit misleading. I just saw the Marines, and it wasn't until they scrolled down I went, oh, he's actually trying to hold this position.
Yeah, I was right there with you, but for GuMiho, I actually don't think that we have another follow-up push coming anytime soon. He went for a really fast 4th command center behind this, and so I think mostly this aggression that he is putting on the map against Solar is just to kind of keep the creep spread in check, try to keep the Zerg economy about as slow as it can be in terms of building up. It's only just now that Solar is going to reach 90 drones, whereas if he was able to happily macro back at home, he would have gotten there maybe 30 seconds faster than this point. So GuMiho just trying to keep the pressure on and catch any damage that he can because of it. But it does feel like he's really starting to gun for the late game. He has 2 more factories in production back at home, so that's when he's going to start mixing in potentially Widow Mines, add in a second factory for Siege Tank production, and even a 5th command center coming underway. So GuMiho seems like he's absolutely priming to get set up for the late game. And on Solar's side of things, he's also taking up reasonably well himself. He's not gunning for any kind of timing attack here on GuMiho's side of the map as those Marines able to catch a ton of Lings. He's going up to Hive, he's getting a Lurker Den, he's really filling out his tech tree. And I think we're getting geared up for a pretty reasonable late game TBZ.
I agree 100%. I don't think this is a game that can end right away. Solar is maxing out. He's going to go to that Lurker tech. But there's really no position, no foothold on the map that Terran could take where he could try to launch any further attacks. And I think this is, one of the first big tells you'll see here if it's going to be a long game is more command centers being thrown down here. Additional infrastructure being used to create walls on the map. And I think we're going to be into one of these classic drawn-out TVZs that should go on for a while. Now, there's some Hydras and Banelings as well as Zerglings, of course, on the map. I don't know that they're going to find a spot they can break into.
I feel like if GuMiho's on 3 bases, it's almost impossible. And by the way, just to note it is not 2 factory Siege Tank and 1 factory Widow Mine. GuMiho's actually just fully pumping Siege Tanks right now out of 3 Tech Lab factories. So that Siege Tank count is going to be ballooning very quickly. Ghost production hasn't started yet, as GuMiho's mostly focusing on getting those Siege Tanks out and also getting his upgrades. I mean, he's getting +2 vehicle weapons this early in the game, so he's clearly gunning to try and play a more late game TBZ, and he's not yet at the stage where he wants to start spending that gas on Ghost, but with his 4th base coming in, 5th base, excuse me, seems like it will get thwarted for now by Solar. And with part of the architecture on this map, actually Solar moving all the way up here into the 4th base. I was not expecting this move.
He's got to spend that supply because he's got so many Banes. You can't really sit on Banelings for too long.
Right.
Because you eventually need to use them up to make more Banelings and attack it again. So we have 50 more Zerglings being made. I would imagine the Lurkers that are going to be out here are just going to be used to defend.
Yeah, for a moment, though, I thought Solar might just be focused on denying and delaying that 5th command center for as long as possible, as Terran, they kind of struggle to get into a Siege Tank and Ghost count that they want until they have gassers number 9 and 10 up. That's why GuMiho right now, he's sitting at very little gas. He's only just now starting his first 3 Ghosts. And that gas count, it's very dismal. So as long as Solar can continue
Oh my God!
Oh, wow, what a catch. We barely caught the tail end
I
of
think that was 3 that were shot down.
At least 2 medevacs went down to Abducts and Hydralisks, so Solar really on top of the defense back at home.
That really takes the wind out of the sails for GuMiho. It's kind of hard to get much done. So this has been a very different game from everything else we've seen today. This is Solar quietly paving the map with creep, expanding everywhere, with very little recourse from the Terran, because I think we saw a couple of fumbled attacks early on. And now we're at the economic phase where Solar is burning through his funds to sacrifice Banes and Lings into these tanks and the rest of the position for Terran so that he can then take the rest of the minerals, rinse and repeat, and do it again and again. And, it was, years ago, but I feel like Maro, was the first player to really figure out that what you want to do in this moment is stop attacking and just try to get your half of the map and play an exhaust game. I don't know if GuMiho is going to do that. I don't feel like GuMiho is the guy you think of as players who do that. But for now, Solar is just slamming GuMiho over and over and over here. And you can see that this position is really weakening.
Yeah, GuMiho has just not been able to get this 5th command center up. And in fact, it was an orbital that landed there for a moment, so.
Yeah, that's actually an indicator of how desperate he is. Normally you want to build a planetary or something like that over there.
He's going to bring the orbital back down, so that's going to be a hard position to defend. And by the way, just thinking back to the mid-game and how active GuMiho was on the map for those moments, he was able to keep the creep spread in check for a good portion of this game. And Solar since then has been so on top of his creep spread. It's basically reached both the 3rd and the 4th base here of GuMiho, which is just insane. That Blinding Cloud's so clutch. Gets Siege Tanks and the Ghost. Everything has to kite back, and that means these Banelings can get better connections, as well as that Siege Tank getting taken down. But these trades, besides that, they have been relatively cost efficient here for GuMiho. His Siege Tank count is absolutely massive. The Vipers haven't really been able to get too many abducts. GuMiho, does he actually spot this in the main?
I don't know if he sees this.
Oh, I don't think he has any idea.
Oh, God. All right, so this is going to be
a
big hit from inside out. He's going to try to siege up, but I think if he gets queens out, he can transfuse that.
Actually, 4 lurkers that come out.
Well, this is just a weird interaction because like he was damaging it and then he wasn't. But instead, it'll allow for another attack in over here. I think that probably Solar made the right call just ditching that once it was spotted. You know, this is one of the things about Nidus networks. We actually saw it more and more the longer the game's out, but you can just like make one in their main and they have to freak out and run back and kill it, even if you're not going to use it. And so it just softens that position again.
Yeah, it's a great multi-prong attack tactic. And
so he lifted his CC from the natural. So that's it. That should show you how bad this has gotten for GuMiho. Now, GuMiho's not dead until he's been, you know, completely wiped out and doesn't have resources. But this is getting more and more complicated as far as how he can find an out.
And I feel like GuMiho is changing direction now with the way this one is going. That orbital command, it's floating back towards the natural expansion. I'm thinking he's probably going to try and take the 5th base over there at the 3 o'clock position. Because with a high ground here, I mean, there's no army really to assist this, but this is one of the more defendable positions that you have in the Terran base with this high ground 3rd expansion. But of course, you do need to use units to properly defend it. So,
and you can see, by the way, not only was that command center destroyed, but not that much was killed by for the Zerg.
Right. It was a very cost-efficient trade there for Solar, and it was one that he desperately needed too, because economically, he's not in the best situation right now. He's still sitting at 83 drones, but these trades have been so cost-inefficient for him. As we have another skirmish here in the middle of the map, and Fester trying to get in range to actually fungal the bio.
So this is actually a 2-base Terran. Just want to put that out there.
Yeah, you're right.
It actually, well, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if there's a command center that's not mining, but like, okay, GG, that's it. That's it. That was just, you know, when you see Zergs win in macro play, it looks like that. So I don't think we're going to have GuMiho come with the same set of ideas again. I think you play a game like that and you go, damn, he is really good. You can even see GuMiho shaking his head.
I think we might still see that. I think we're almost destined to see more of that in this series, though. It just didn't quite play the way that GuMiho wanted it to on that map. But if you look at the supplies there, for the last 5 or 10 minutes, Solar had difficulty maxing. And even with his drone count at 80+, the trades just weren't very cost efficient. He was constantly running low on the bank. And for GuMiho, I'm hoping that he had a moment just to take that in, you know, add that into the inventory and into the calculus, because I feel like if he was able to anchor down the defense a little bit better there and potentially secure the 5th base, maybe going for the 3 o'clock position instead of the 6 o'clock position, then he could actually play that game, because he was very close to stabilizing. And if he gets to stabilization and those 9th and 10th geysers, suddenly the gas problem, it's out of the window. You can pump those ghosts, you have the siege tank counts, and you could properly play the game. But Solar, with relentless aggression there in the late game, did not let GuMiho really get up to speed.
We're going to go into map number 2 now. Solar right now with a 1-0 lead versus GuMiho.
GuMiho. Onside, Solar.
So you were talking about, you know, what GuMiho could have done better on in the late game to maybe last, but I almost feel like some of that game that we saw back there was like just some poor decisions early game, overextensions with the medevacs. We had this moment, if you remember, there was like what we thought was a drop, and then there were 2 tanks sieged up outside of, I think it was the 5th base, and it's like he just kind of failed, or maybe overextended is a better word, a couple times. And when that happens, it might not feel impactful until you let the game go on for a couple more minutes, and then it's like the Zerg is too big to fail. And those later attacks for the Zerg, where they've got the Banelings and they're just spilling in there and they're blowing up planetaries, it's not so difficult for them. So I wonder if we could have a cleaner early game from GuMiho. Because, by the way, you were right. We are having the same build again. Double racks opening. how exactly is it going to be handled? And can we have a little bit of cleaner execution here from GuMiho? Oh, I think
that might be Seed in the audience. I haven't seen him in so long.
It could be, or it's just a guy who looks like Seed. But
I think it's been maybe a decade since I've seen him.
It's been more than
the
decade. Oh yeah, it's been forever since I've casted his games. That's a real throwback.
Yeah. I remember way back in the day, Seed was one of my favorite players to actually talk to and theory craft with, back when Koreans were a little bit more reclusive in terms of sharing their strategies with foreigners.
Yeah.
When I was trying to be a pro, Seed was one of the friendliest guys around, so cool to see him in the studio if that was in fact Seed and not a doppelganger.
That's right.
that we have
it's
here,
actually his evil twin.
Oh, well, no, he would be the evil twin. He played Protoss.
Yeah, that's right.
The good twin.
The good twin plays Terran.
Yeah, Terran or Zerg. All right, so GuMiho once again opening with this 2-Rax Reaper opening. No Ling's actually out here for Solar, so he's going to have to pop a couple of Spore Crawlers here to try to keep these drones alive. Nice micro with the workers.
You know, there was a little subtle micro technique there where he started to target one drone and then flipped onto the other one.
Oh, but the second Reaper comes in and gets one of the drones.
Yep, nicely done.
Second one barely survived. And again, this goes back to this opening. You know, if it was the previous old 2022 style of Reaper opening where you just kind of do it off of one barracks and then you expand, you're never going to get that second drone. It's just not going to happen. But the tempo that you gain with the second barracks is...
Look at this setup. He's going to come in for another one.
Oh, I think he's going to get one, too.
Yeah, he gets another. Can he get 3?
This is actually a lot of damage early game.
And by the way, this is never how you see them used normally. Normally it's a scuffle around the hatchery. But uh-oh. Now he's back here with 4, by the way.
I like this opening for GuMiho behind it, going for a really fast third command center as well, only just now throwing down that factory, so really momentum on his side. He's not going to get quite as much damage done on this hatchery, but I think you are more than happy to get, what was that, 2 or maybe even 3 drone kills. He's going to come into the main base, actually fully committing.
Yeah, he only loses 1 Reaper.
Oh, wait, this actually might go in his favor. I was kind of sus. Oh, look at that evolution chamber block.
Crazy. He gets another kill. He's going to go right back out. He's down to 3 now, but the Queens are going to be in here to intercept. I got to say, this is a pretty remarkable Reaper tactical play early on. He got 3 drones, and I didn't see the Lings. Was
4
it 4 Lings? Okay.
I think that's good for GuMiho. As you said, the Reapers, they tend to lose a lot of value. There's only a couple really niche kind of compositions you can go for with them. I think we saw Cure, if I'm not mistaken, in the round of 8, opt to use Reapers with a blend of some Cyclones and some Hellions in the early game in TBZ, and I might be misremembering which Terran it was that actually busted that build out. It could very well have been GuMiho as well, but outside of those niche circumstances, these Reapers really don't have very much value. So to be able to trade them out, get about half health damage done on that third hatchery. In addition, you kind of throw Solar for a loop there. He lost a lot of mining time. He lost a handful of drones. He lost a couple of larvae worth of Lings. Really good trades for GuMiho.
So I think this is a much better start. Stim's almost done. You know, we do have 1 medevac being produced, but it looks like he's going to be ready to double that up once he swaps the add-on from the factory.
Ooh.
He's getting Widow Mines actually pretty early, so maybe he wants to set up for a push over here.
Widow Mines with an armory, too. So they're not going to have... Solar's going to need detection to actually dispatch them. He's just now starting the lair. This is
an unusual timing push, and I think that we're now really understanding why tactically GuMiho came in there swinging.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He wanted to slow the Zerg down, even if it's by just a little bit. And keep in mind, when you see Marines out on the map, you're probably expecting 2 medevacs to come behind this. And for you to just basically run around sacking Lings in order to remake creep tumors that are killed.
That's right, and the lair not even complete yet. So this medevac's going to work its way into the natural expansion with 2 Widow Mines that Solar will not have detection for. There is a Spore Crawler being trained now, but this is the potential to delay mining quite a bit. GuMiho might even be able to get 2 shots off with each of these Cloak Widow Mines. I don't know why I forgot what the name of the unit was for a moment there. And also on Alcyone, one of the nice features of this map is GuMiho actually in the middle. Oh my goodness, is he going to get it?
He
Wow.
gets it. That was going to be, that was do or die right there.
That's a scary situation, man. Imagine that Widow Mine actually burrows and kills all of those drones.
Well, I'm getting real appreciation for the very center of this map and how you can kind of wedge stuff in those narrow areas. And it's hard to actually get in there and surround it.
It's a very powerful position, and I feel like on this map it works in the favor of Terrans and Protoss players much more than Zerg. And also, by the way, working in that armory means that we could have a 2 Hellbat drop.
Yeah, when is the last time we ever casted this?
Feels like it's been a minute.
Yeah.
And I like this tactically for GuMiho. He's setting up to try and cancel the 4th hatchery with a Marine drop on the right side. Meanwhile, pressuring here in the natural expansion. It does get parried for now.
If you do a Hellbat drop, you really have to commit a lot of links to deal with it. Another really good attack in. He's going to get about 3 drones.
GuMiho's playing a pretty good early game, I gotta say. I like this a lot. And keep in mind, he's doing this behind a 3CC opening. I am not going to sing the praises of that one, but...
Yeah. I think everybody just assumed he was going to pick it up at the last second, but he didn't.
Yeah, but considering how economically focused GuMiho's start was in this game, if he's only a handful of workers behind Solar, he's already mining from that 3rd base. He's powering up with another 4th command center even. And yes, he is trading out a couple of these units to actually get this damage done, but in terms of raw harassment, it's been pretty solid here for GuMiho. I'm liking this setup quite a bit more, and in very similar ideas to the previous game, he's now adding in another factory, 3 more barracks as 1-1, or excuse me, 2-2 gets started for the Terran. Vehicle weapons also being researched here. I think now we are kind of entering a bit of a lull in this game as GuMiho, he's traded out a lot of these early units for harassment, and it's going to take a while for him to really build a force that could contest the map with the Zerg.
So, I mean, it's been some pretty cool ideas from GuMiho. It doesn't seem like it's curbing Solar that much in his progress. Another connection with these Banes. Got to be careful not to lose too much to that.
Only a handful of Marines going down that time, luckily.
So this 4th command center is going to be moved out. And I think he's going to go to... I thought he was going to go to 6 o'clock. He's going to go to 9 o'clock with this.
I was also expecting him to go for 6, but I guess if you don't take the 6 o'clock base, the avenues of attack that Zerg has are very limited because of the mineral wall by that 3rd. If you just don't mine that out, then suddenly it becomes a lot easier to defend. I think this is the same reason why we see a lot of Protoss players in Protoss versus Zerg expand towards the top left side of the map while Zerg tries to take the bottom right.
Yeah, well, the fact that Zerg even took 12 o'clock means that, you know, it's going to be a base that GuMiho has at 9 o'clock that is at least accessible down there. So you see the Lings come down. Nothing to punish right there, so they're going to head back.
Combat Shield's only just now finishing, by the way. Just goes to show how much GuMiho was emphasizing other techs like that armory for burrowed Widow Mines, for Hellbats, as opposed to really this Marine composition. So just going to pick up here, try and find what damage he can. GuMiho trying to slow the creep spread as much as possible. Thinking back to game number 1, I mean, Solar's creep spread got out of control really quickly. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen Solar with creep spread as good as he had there in game 1. Luckily that one medevac gets out. I thought for sure it was dead.
Yeah, that's crazy. He actually pulls away with that. So I think we've got GuMiho in a much better spot than game 1, but it's going to be a matter of how he uses the next couple minutes.
Yeah, and it's also going to be about whether he's able to secure that 5th base, and I think he's in a better position to do it this time than before. I also like adding in a reactor factory in addition to the, I think, 2-factory siege tank production that GuMiho has. It's a bit of a better mix with drilling claws, Widow Mines, and also Hellbats to try and absorb some of the damage coming in from the Lings. Solar's now going to be setting his eyes here on this 4th base.
Okay, not bad. A little attack in the main here. Going to draw some of this back. We do have a larger wave on the map here of GuMiho at the very bottom. Yeah, there it is. And he's been doing a pretty good job of kind of keeping this medevac away where it's going to be hard to deal with. And so he's going to get the deny on the goal. That's basically the setup for that. On the opposite side of the map, Solar's continuing to grow in the top left. We don't have any core end the game push coming from Terran yet, by the way.
No, I think this is going to be more Maru style. There's
yeah.
two more command centers immediately get thrown down. Ghost Academy as well. As GuMiho continues to pressure over here, and Solar does have the better bank, but if GuMiho is able to get up a solid enough defensive position back at home, I think it will still be hard for Solar to break, but As you said, GuMiho, although he's been very active so far this game, he really hasn't done too much to slow down the economy of Zerg. Yes, he's getting repeated denies on the gold bases. He gets it once again there.
So if you look at the income at the bottom of the screen, Solar's is getting pretty scary. He's continuing to grow on the map. Yes, GuMiho's denying him a base here or there. But at the same time, you know, we're getting to a position that could look like the last game. Remember the Hydras, the Lings, and the Banes from the, what we saw already? We could end up with a situation where he starts to try to flood whatever spot he finds to be the weakest.
And the defensive setup for GuMiho, once we get these looks back at home, they aren't quite as solid as you would hope. There's no siege tanks here, so the Baneling's just going to connect with the planetary, and Lings and Hydra should be able to clean that up.
He could
the
save
repair
it.
is just enough.
Yeah, that's actually pretty big. You really need to get that command center. So, Solar, you know, when it's finally his turn, what, we're 12 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, it's finally his turn. There was like 2% health on the command center, but GuMiho saved it. It's almost repaired back to full.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that GuMiho was able to save that, considering there were literally no units on the ground. You think that's kind of the situation where no matter what, Solar should be able to kill the planetary expansion.
Yeah.
Right? There were no siege tanks, no widow mines, no bio to kind of solidify the defense there. And now GuMiho is really going to start camping. We have even more command centers getting thrown down, building chokes across the map. That one might even be, okay, it is an orbital command for a second. I thought GuMiho was working in another planetary fortress over there, and I'm like, man, you really don't want to get attacked. But no, it will be an orbital. Eventually, this will allow the Terran to go into a lower SCB economy. There's their mule economy comes online. And look at this, the key unit counts. We have 8 ghosts for GuMiho, I believe 6 siege tanks as well. So we're starting to get all these key units, and you have to wonder, with Solar's Bank, is he going to get cost-efficient enough trades? Now, the Baneling's coming in kind of into a choke. Marauder is absorbing a lot of the damage here. Blinding Cloud's on one tank and the Planetary Fortress, but there's enough bio to be able to clean the rest of this up.
And, you know, it was another position where there was a bit of a trade, but the foothold that Terran had was never pushed away. As Zerg, you know, immediately at the snap of a finger, maxes back out again. 3.8k minerals, 2k gas. Now, this is where we got to watch GuMiho carefully, because his minerals are hitting around 100, which means he's actually hitting the limit on what he can spend. So even if the next few attacks are clumsy, if Solar can continue to trade out and re-max and trade out and break a position, and I'm not gonna lie, man, this looks like a lot from the Zerg.
Yeah, that's a lot of units. I feel like the ghost count and the siege tank count just isn't enough to actually hold this. GuMiho's going to evacuate this base. I feel like there's just like not enough units on the ground
there
right
isn't
now
anything
for GuMiho.
over here right now. So this base down here is going to go down. He's going to go right up. Should he lift the command center, or is he just going to go for it anyways? Okay, he decides to not do it. I was going to say, you could just blow up the orbital if you wanted.
I'm surprised, though. GuMiho, before that attack, was sitting at about 80 army supply, but almost nothing is committed to defending this position over here in the bottom right.
You know, I'm having a harder time breaking this down because, yeah, he doesn't seem to have a lot, right?
But you look at the army supplies, and it's 93.
Yeah, but
it just feels like he's not committing the units to exactly the right position.
Yeah, he's not divvying them up right. So keep in mind, it's still Terran on 4 bases. Same as the last game, the Zerg's continuing to grow.
Oh no, the Ghosts go for the long snipe right there, but actually overstay their welcome as the Banelings roll up and connect.
Okay, so he's gonna go for the SCVs now. Oh, okay.
Hey, that's a lot of damage right now. Solarmine just completely broken this position.
And he runs out again. Okay, so the supply disparity is getting further and further apart. And, okay, that's it.
That's
yeah.
it.
I was gonna say, I don't think he can actually win. All right, so I gotta say, man, GuMiho needs to walk away from this opener, this play style. I think he needs to come out with something very different. He kind of did this versus Classic, but it worked the first time, where he just stayed with this I don't want to say formulaic, I don't know, this sort of boilerplate build order that he's going to do no matter what the other player is going to do. Solar just is not having a hard time with this. Solar got pretty beat up in the early part of that game and still had an easy closer at the late game. We've seen GuMiho do some weird stuff with Cyclone, some weird stuff with Mech. I think he needs to switch it up. If he loses the next 2 games, he's out. And we all know, look, if you're down 0-2 in a best of 7, you really need to win game 3. Because the difference in opportunity between 0-2 and 0-3 is huge.
Yeah, there's no margin for error if GuMiho loses any more games. And I think you're right. He has to go back to the drawing board. We need to see different openings. If he goes for a fast 3CC like that, I feel like it has to lead into some kind of 3-base all-in.
Yeah.
I don't think that he can hang right now.
GuMiho looking a little bit pensive here, shaking his head. Solar realizes he's so close. He's already halfway there in this finals to becoming a GSL champion. Can GuMiho stop him in Game 3? We're going to find out now as this GSL finals continues on.
GuMiho. Onside, Solar.
I like this from GuMiho. Command center first.
Okay, so this is what we were talking about. You need to do something radically different. And so this is a build, if you've been watching for a little bit, like the last few years, and you've kept up with most of a GSL full season, this got really popular for a while. And it turns out that, Zergs are so greedy in the early game that Terran can kind of just throw down a command center, and you're almost guaranteed to not be attacked and hurt and hit.
I feel like...
And it's going to be true in this game here, too, by the way.
I feel like if GuMiho builds up from this moment into some kind of pressure build, it's going to go a lot better for him than the previous playstyles that he opted for in Game 1 and Game 2, where he pretty much does a little bit of aggression. And in Game 1, it didn't really work that well. I think the trades in general were better for Solar in the early game. But in Game 2, it felt like GuMiho really should have been in a better position. It felt like things were kind of going his way in terms of these low committed attacks were getting damage done. They were slowing down Solar. They were killing creep.
Yeah.
It wasn't completely impactful, but it was enough that he should have been able to translate that into an effective late game. And so the fact that he wasn't able to do it, I think, means that there is some kind of hole in his play, whether it's positioning, whether it's how he's managing this transition, whether it's the unit composition. There is something that is not quite right.
It goes to show you that you can have two world-class top players, and they're good at different parts of the game.
Yeah.
Like the fact of the matter is that Maro we could have just been wrapping up Game 1 if Maro was in the first game or Game 2. What I'm trying to say is, like, he would have been able to last and maybe even win, but GuMiho clearly fumbles in trying to hold these really positions that look like overreach. I guess Maro can do it, but he can't. But what I think GuMiho is good at is piercing through and doing real damage in a developing game. I think that's why he was able to kill Classic. So it seems like he kind of went for traditional stuff the first two games, and Solar just is not going to be stopped by that. I think Solar's had to deal with the likes of Maro, Cure, Bunny, all these players who are so good at that type of game that you're really going against a player whose fitness level in a game like that is too strong. So, with the quick command center, this can give you a little bit of a lead on paper where you can try to create some damage in more of a middle point of the game. I don't know if he's going to do that here. He could also throw a third command center down. Okay, never mind. He's going to throw the third CC down. So this isn't bad, but it does mean it's going to be one of these games where both sides are going to be not interacting a lot with each other than pokes and scouting, and instead probably developing. And that makes me a little bit more worried here for GuMiho again.
I'm right there with you. I'm hoping that this third command center is the last one for a while. But this opening is looking relatively similar to what we saw in game number 2. There's the fast armory with the Widow Mines, so it's going to be a Cloaked Widow Mine drop coming through from GuMiho, and actually only that Cyclone for anti-air, so this Overlord might be able to come all the way in, and
yeah,
good scouting off, but no, instead going to try and retreat. I do not think it gets away in this situation. But it's kind of hard to tell with the new Cyclone. So close.
It does not get away. 2 Widow Mines are going to come up.
Oh man, Solar is really ambitious with these queens, trying to catch that. And I also love GuMiho just dropping the foot mines to go for the Overlord.
That's I didn't really think of that, but yeah, sure, that's fine. If you're spotted, just kill that and run away and try to go somewhere else on the map. Double eBay. Now, a second ago we were talking about we hope we don't see a 4th command center, or you were. I actually totally agree. I think maybe just stay on 3 bases and really try to win in a powering game.
Well, he has an opportunity to line this up with a 1-1 push and just do some really heavy aggression, but I'm wondering whether GuMiho is exactly that kind of player. It feels like a move that Cure would be more opting to go for than GuMiho, so I'm a little hesitant coming into this one because it is starting to mirror a little bit of what we saw from GuMiho in Game 1 and Game 2, although the opening is a bit of a shakeup.
By the way, he has not gone for any kind of crazy factory play at all. He's doing really mainline tech, Marines, medevacs. He's just going to have a much better performance. And I think we saw better moves in Game 2 early on. I think he traded out a little bit better, but I think we need to see even more of that here in Game 3.
Absolutely. I mean,
and as far as Solar goes, I don't think he has to change anything at all.
No, his style's been working perfectly.
Yeah. Okay, that was a smart move there too. Don't overcommit. Just ditch it. You only just started the base. You can cancel it and save the money.
And I think 2 more barracks just went down for GuMiho, so he's really looking to power up on these 3 bases. We'll see. I'm truly hoping that GuMiho starts to levy more pressure.
Yeah. Well, look, you can do this 3-base, power up, and really try to take some fights. It's when you take a 4th base that you really give the Zerg the kind of time that I think especially Solar's good with.
Yeah, I feel like... Sorry.
No, you're fine. This is just, it's been such a different series from the first 2 series, right? There it is. Okay, so that's what we were looking for, the more barracks. So, you know, Game 1 and Game 2, maybe a little bit too passive. On this map, I think a 3-base, just go for the kill, try to grind them down. Don't try to develop more. Instead, try to hinder them. Try to keep them even on bases with you. That's what he's going to do.
Yeah, I think GuMiho with this build is going to try and max on Army on 3 bases with 2-2 and try and get a timing done because that seems to be really where all things are heading. And so with the Army right now, it's about, I believe, controlling the creep spread from the Zerg, trying to keep their economy mostly in check, and setting up for that late game thing. But Solar just so on top of the scouting. As soon as those barracks go down, the Overseer flies in. And although he didn't catch all of them, he was at least able to see 1 more of those barracks coming on. And I feel like at that stage in the game, if you spot even 1 of the barracks, you know there's probably a handful more.
Sometimes Terrans will hide the 3 barracks like at the second, the natural is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, Maru does that occasionally.
Yeah, where it's like just, if I can just have like a minute or 2 where you don't see this, that's enough. Okay, so now the push is starting. So this is maybe out of the entire series, at least for GuMiho's sake, the most important part in the whole series. He needs to make this push work. He needs to get some kills. He needs to make some ground, because if he doesn't, he's probably going to lose this game. He comes out, he finds some isolated queens. Solar actually saves him. That was incredible.
That transfuses immediately. Neither Baneling's getting some good connections right there. A lot of Marines went down.
Solar's like a big trapdoor spider on the map. You just get a little bit further out and he pops out and gets you.
It's like he's playing Elder Scrolls, or not Elder Scrolls, he's playing like Elden Ring or Dark Souls right now, and he finds a mimic chest of the queens, and he tries to kill them, and then they pop out. But he's going to get them this time. That's a lot of queens going down there for Solar. And fighting off creep is kind of hard to do in this position, so we do have an infestation pit coming down. That means that fungal growth here for Solar is pretty far off, and I think that he's ideally looking to try and pair that up with the Hydralisks and just try and find some really big connections. We have seen that in the past from Zergs, especially in this GSL now that Infestors immediately pop with 75 energy, but so far, this pressure that GuMiho is getting done, this is all with 1-1 against 1-1, by the way. 2-2 is about to finish here for the Terran, and he's going to have a very, very large window with an upgraded advantage to get something done, and right now he's at 9 minutes, almost maxed.
Those few Zerglings that counterattacked, that got a little bit of damage on the SCVs. It also kept the reinforcements back. I think he thought there were more Zerglings out there. So with the attacks that are coming again, you know, the problem is there are no tanks to basically shell the Banelings.
Yeah,
so once you want to get back, I mean, there's a Widow Mine, but, you know, that's not comparable to having several tanks. that are out here that can shell this and whittle this down over time.
Bailing connections, again, very big, both on the top and the bottom side. So the armor supply here for GuMiho starting to slow down a little bit, but the reinforcements finally coming through from that third base, and really upgrades starting to shine here for GuMiho. Solar's hanging on for dear life, 22 more links in production, morphing 10 more Banelings, trying to buy time. Banelings come through, some nice splits there by GuMiho, pulling the Marines back.
He's got some more Banes that are going to hatch. He has to buy a little bit of time. You can see those Banes, they just now hatch. So he can go for another dive here. Again, there's not much more creep off this. It's basically grass right below it, so he can't chase him too far, and I think GuMiho's taking advantage of that, but, well, I only see, a few more Banes. Oh, he's just going to go for the dive.
Yeah, Solar's just fully committing to this one. GuMiho, I'm expecting to lift off right here and try and reinforce.
That's it. No, Solar
he's down.
doesn't. Solar breaks him.
Wow.
I actually couldn't quite tell the last couple seconds. I'm like, is this right? You ever watch somebody commit to something, you're like, is this good, or is this going to lose you the game? Solar knew that exactly. He knew it perfectly. I wouldn't mind going back and looking at that in slow motion the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, I thought GuMiho for a moment there might just be able to lift off the reinforcements or the standing army and try and regroup with the units he had rallying in from the third, but the bailing connections for Solar over the past minute were just good enough, and I think a lot of that comes down to GuMiho not having any Widow Mines or Siege Tanks really to support that army. There were two mines that were in the middle of the map, but beyond that, not able to get too much done, and Solar is up 3-0 here in this best of 7.
Now, statistically, we almost never have anybody win 4 games after being down 0-3. I think we had Soulkey do it. I think versus Innovation, and that was like that was a long time ago. Doesn't mean it can't happen now, but I mean, you're seeing the same games we are. Solar looks so comfortable, so stable that it just doesn't seem like if GuMiho's behind the wheel playing Terran, there's anything that he can do. Even in that last game, those last few seconds, it's like maybe an upgrade finished, or he just identified the medevacs were like low enough on HP. They couldn't really give any sustain. But I mean, it looks like Solar might just take this whole thing.
It's starting to feel that way. GuMiho, both in Game 1 and Game 2, when he went for that macro style, trying to take 4 bases and play the late game, was not able to do it. And there were 2 different games, too. Game 1, he kind of floundered a little bit with the aggression, wasn't able to get too much done. But Game 2, I mean, the Reapers got a lot of damage done. They killed multiple drones. They got a lot of Zerglings. They forced a lot of idle time. So the early game was great. And then going into the mid game, GuMiho, he didn't get too much direct damage done, but he was able to shut down that gold expansion a couple of times. He kept the creep spread in check. It looked better, wasn't able to hang on, but guys, we're going to go to a break. Will GuMiho be able to come back in this best of 7, or will Solar be the GSL champion for the first time in his career?
똑같은 하루에서 답답함을 빼면 더 청량해질 거야. 제로처럼. 우리 없어도 되는 건 빼고 살자. 칠성사이다 제로.
하늘은 우리 향해 열려 있어. 그리고 내 곁에
청량한 이 순간 칠성사이다로부터.
함께 서 있는 그 너는 푸른
칠성사이다.
우주급 텐션 최고의 토킹 핫식스 토킹.
사람들은 말한다. 이번 영상 무조건 싸워야 돼. 집중해보자. 프로게이머는 피지컬이 전부라고. 빈틈없는 운영, 변수 창출을 위한 뱀픽, 상대팀에 대한 분석까지. 승부는 싸우기 전에 결정된다. 분석 완료.
상혁이 형. 예측.
실패.
미친 몰입감과 다양한 경품까지.
아프리카 TV 승부 예측 서비스.
참석 대결을 시작하겠습니다.
고병 선수는 전진 투병형인 척 원병형 운영. 그러니까 상대가 벙커짓게 만들리는 것 같거든요.
와! 자, 상대방의 체제 좀 봤습니다.
와, 나 고병재야.
야마 두 개밖에 끝났고.
이거 그리고 투전순 되면 야마토프 도망이라.
야, 이 전술 보세요. 이 전술 보세요. 세개 찍었어요. 이 위치로 들어버립니다. 경력 끌어당기고 이제 확장 하나.
고병재 압도적인 전술. 김도욱이 역전할 수 있는 유일한 길이 이거예요. 그러니까 고병재가 무리해서 200, 200 싸움 한 번 해줬을 때 견디고 메카닉의 조합 깨졌을 때 복구전에 한번 밀어치는 거. 아, 이 전술
전술
불 끄죠.
전술 해결하네요.
전술만 아니었어도.
네, 해결사 전술이 나왔습니다.
아, 이제 안 되네요.
3세트를 시작하겠습니다.
강영호 선수가 이거 여왕 태워서 그냥 올인할 생각 같은데. 정보가 없어요. 내려오는 정보를 이제 알았어요.
자, 창자 방패냐의 싸움이거든요.
한 번만 버티면 되는데. 한 번만 버티면 되는데. 그 와중에 앞마당에 여왕 두 개 들어가는 것도 미친 판단인데.
그렇죠. 막아내고 있습니다만 지금 저그는 계속 견제 이어지고 여기 세기 끊어내고 들어온 타이밍에 난전 만드네요.
가능성도 있지만 저건 하이리스크 하이리턴.
이거 들어가요?
이건 엘리전이죠. 이거 귀환도 없어요.
좀 들어버렸습니다. 지금 싸움 열어요.
이미 6시에서 귀환을 한번 썼기 때문에 귀환 붙으면
생각 좋아 각균이 위쪽 올라갑니다.
네, 이 병력을 완전히 잡아먹으면 다시 출발이 된다는 건데 그래서 눈치채고 도주하는 박용호 선수죠.
이거밖에 없어요. 김도훈이 6시 이미 깨졌고요. 트리플도 없고요. 이거 지금 있는 병력 그대로 끝내야 되는데 남지없네요.
들어가 싸우는데요.
이건 박용호 선수의 추가 병력이 나오면서
전부 다 지금 건물 다 깼을 텐데요.
엘리전으로 사강에 가겠네요.
그래도
박용호 선수 입장에선
지뢰 3세 대결을 시작하겠습니다.
박민 선수가 번식지 타이밍을 늦추면서 정말 광물 위주의 부하장 단위의 발전은 미리 잘 준비해뒀죠. 업도 빠르고.
박민수가 힘 한번 꽉 주고 멀티 지역 쪽에 정면 싸움 걸면 이거 김도욱 버티기 좀 힘들어 보이는데요.
그렇죠.
자, 11시로 들어가면서 여기 자원줄까지 하나 깹니다. 박민수 이제 나왔으니 몰아치기 시작하는데요.
기레가 뭘 못해주고 있었어요. 싸우지 않고 자원 수급을 시도하면서 지기를 곳이 막 떨어졌어야 누적 자원 이제 생겨서 저구가 이제 뭐 소모전할 수 있는 건데
이런 싸움은 저구가 원하는 소모전 양상이잖아요.
그렇죠.
이건 6시 지역 싸움에서 이겼다는 거예요. 다시 한번 느끼지만 저지선이 아예 없습니다. 저구가 위아래로 몰아붙임에 있어서 테란이 이쪽 라인은 내가 버틸 수 있어라는 확신이 없어요.
네. 첫 4강에 도전하는 강민수.
그렇죠. 이전에도 패자되는 사람은 강민수거든요.
네.
불굴의 강민수 될 수 있어요.
단단함을 넘어서
이거지잖아.
2차 대결이 시작하겠습니다.
야 재밌는 거
하고 있어요.
준비했습니다. 정말
오늘
재밌는 거.
판짝이
네.
시작부터 말씀드렸던 그 판짝이 나옵니다.
뭔가 이상하다고 생각하는
네,
것
계속
같아요.
두드려요 지금.
내버리면 안
이거
되겠다.
봐야 되겠다. 뭐지?
갈 생각이 분명 있어 보이는데 폭풍아.
네. 자 이제 봤어요. 이제
그렇죠.
봤어요. 이제 봐요.
와. 피할 수 있나요?
오.
이거 태우는 컨트롤을 해주려고 할 때 1점도 당할 수도 있어요. 그렇죠.
네. 오. 다 터져요.
이제 눌러줄 수 있을
와,
것
김도.
이거 지금 프로토스 손실 유닛 있나요?
폭풍의 시대. 야, 역시 반짝이.
이거 또 파괴하고 도망을 줬어.
종족 그 자체. 종족기.
명우야, 너가 뭘 할 수 있는데?
폭풍함으로 가서님 손해 공연하고 있어요. 자, 들어가는 상황에서 이렇게 추적자로.
이거 앞전면 방어반하면 다시 한번 물어보는 거죠. 너가 여기서 뭘 할 수 있는데?
Today's matchup. GuMiho. Solar. GSL Season 3. The final.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for waiting. What a situation we've got on our hands. It's a 3-0 lead here for Solar. And, you know, not all wins are built the same, but these wins look really scary. These are real wins on late-game competency and understanding how to hold the Terran off. And, you know, that's kind of how you win TVZ, is you push and kill the Zerg. You come through, you either accumulate damage over time and do a killing blow, or you just get a killing blow outright. Or you go into late game, turtle and survive, and the Zerg runs out of money. GuMiho does not seem to be capable right now of doing any of those to Solar.
Especially the late game TVZ seems to be the weakest point right now for GuMiho. Game 1 and Game 2, he tried 2 different ways of getting there. Both times was not able to do it. And if you can't win a late game TVZ, I'm not sure he's going to be able to complete the reverse sweep. I think if he wants to win 4 games, one of those is probably going to go to the late game. And as of yet, he hasn't been able to make it happen. So I am concerned for
he looks
his position
very
now.
Incomplete for the time being. And I don't know what can be done to fix that. Now, let's say we kind of did identify this a little bit earlier on in the series in Game 2, where I think we're doing the Hot 6 promotion here right now.
Here, Kaiser Park.
This is, I think they're showing that on camera for us. But, yeah, normally you need to rotate between different styles and build orders, especially in a best of 7, in order to make it so that your opponent can't play catch-up. He can't get used to your style and adapt to it. And instead, it seems like GuMiho just kind of leaned in to an approach that, frankly, Solar is very, very good at dealing with. And again, we're in Korea where there's several good Terrans. Historically, this has been the best Terran region with Maru. And so Solar's kind of used to that. GuMiho, a player who had a very different approach and managed to beat many other great players in this tournament, is now hitting a wall.
I feel also coming into this best of 7, if we just take a step back, if you didn't look at the player's name, you wouldn't think that this is GuMiho. It feels like he's not really playing to his strengths as a player. When I think of GuMiho, at least in TVZ, I think of Battlecruiser rushes. I think of Cyclone Hellion openings into some kind of mid-game. I think of very unique builds that are going to throw the Zerg off and lead to a weird situation where the Zerg doesn't have a lot of practice, but GuMiho has completely mapped out. And so far, set 1, set 2, set 3 kind of cookie-cutter TVZ builds, and none of them have really been able to pan out for GuMiho. So I'm hoping he's been able to take this break after Game 3 to reset, collect himself, bring something new to the table, because now it is do or die. If GuMiho doesn't win the next 4 maps, Solar is going to be the GSL champion.
GuMiho.
Even not mech, even something like proxy racks or something like that would be acceptable here. But something different, right?
Onside, Solar.
Think of these 4 games. one of them absolutely has to be a Proxy Rex. I don't think that GuMiho, especially showing what he showed in the first 3 games of this best of 7, quite has the range in TBZ right now to come through with so many different builds. Solar GSL winner, looking for 2023. Would love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just real quick, because we've been talking so much about GuMiho. This is going to be huge if Solar wins. 10 years. I mean, you know, he's devoted a decade to trying to win a GSL. I guess maybe even more than a decade. We're about 12 or 13 years old now. And this might be it. And it's really looking like it, unless GuMiho can pull a rabbit out of his hat. Now, just to start this off, we have the barracks on the low ground like we did before, but I don't see a second barracks there. Instead, there's a refinery that's been taken in orbital as well. And so he's going to make one Reaper and come out. So on the surface, in the initial few interactions we're going to have on the map, it's possible Solar assumes this is the same thing, but it is an alteration of it. And what is he going to make second here?
Should be a factory.
Factory,
down,
okay.
Yeah. So the first Reaper coming across the map should hit at the timing that, as you said, is going to telegraph that this is the low ground expansion build. But I feel like the lack of the Reaper follow-up should tell Solar very quickly this is going to be some kind of deviation. So we'll see what GuMiho is able to get done with this first Reaper. Back at home, that barracks now producing a reactor, and I'm hoping this is going to be for Cyclones for GuMiho, as it seems like he, of all players here in Korea, has the best grasp on how to utilize and get value out of this new Cyclone unit, as this Reaper actually almost gets a drone.
Yeah, this is actually quite a crazy amount of damage. He hasn't got any kills yet.
He might get one. He's getting very close. That's expensive, by the way, building all those spore crawlers. Oh, no.
Misclicked it. Misclicked it.
Yeah, the pathing there.
Yeah. So he sent it right back up there. You could see a grimace on GuMiho's face. It's like, well, now he doesn't even have the ability to scout or create pressure.
Yeah, and it's Hellions, too, as the follow-up.
Yeah, he just tilted his head big.
Even having one Reaper with these Hellions adds a lot of survivability to the composition. Those units synergize very well in the early game. And even beyond that, I'm worried about what that kind of error might have on his mental state right now up against the ropes where he needs to win every single game. Because it's easy to write that off as something minor, but it's an unforced error that, frankly...
Well, when everything is down and out and you make that's not a decision error, that's a misclick. But, you know, when your tensions are this high, it's hard to click on the mini-map and make things like that go the way you want them to. So those Hellions are going to kill off that Zergling, and he's going to try to put some pressure on here. I doubt we're going to see him hyper-commit and try to run in. I think he's going to try to roam around on the outside. There's another misclick.
Oh, no.
That's another...
I mean,
yeah, he's actually just... It's not every day you could just see in the way units are moving that somebody's not playing well, but this seems to be one of those games.
You know, just think of the way the momentum has been shifting so far over the course of this series. In Game 1 and Game 2, GuMiho opted to go for a late-game style of TBZ with just a little bit of aggression early on, and Solar was able to, frankly, manhandle him. In Game 1, it was kind of close. Solar was low on money for quite a while and was really struggling to finally put a dent in the armor of GuMiho, and eventually was able to make it happen. But in Game number 2, it felt like almost a rout. Despite GuMiho having a healthy army supply, just was frequently caught out of position, perhaps wasn't able to navigate his army composition quite as well as he would have hoped. Whereas Solar was just firing on all cylinders. It seems like every single game that he's playing in this series, and even today, he's just getting stronger and stronger. This guy has not lost a single map so far today.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
He 3-0'd Dark in possibly under 20 minutes. And now he's up 3-0 against GuMiho. I mean, he is on fire.
Yeah, it's a good point. He's looking untouchable. By the way, what GuMiho's doing, and this is not me being critical of him, it's an older approach. 4 Hellions roaming around the map and then a medevac. The 1 Reaper even to come out and do minimal scouting. He's not going to do a crazy build state. He's going to stick to one of these openers that he feels like he knows pretty well and that he can hang on with. Clearly today, GuMiho doesn't feel like he can do these crazy mech builds or anything like that when it matters most.
And part of that is also having to play the semifinals and the finals for this one. We were pondering during or after the interview about whether the players were really sharing their full hand when they said that coming into today they prepared for the semifinals but not for the finals. But looking at GuMiho's play now, as someone who has the reputation of being able to cook up the dirtiest and most creative of builds in pretty much every single matchup, it's been kind of a vanilla approach for him that Solar is just so good at TVZ, he hasn't really been able to find a way to break the Zerg, and it is kind of a stylistic mismatch in that Solar is so resilient in the mid game. He's very comfortable playing a low drone count style and just parrying the attacks of the Terran up until he gets to a point where he can safely macro out of it, which means that the windows where GuMiho has to try and get game-ending damage done are very small. They're very hard to find. And in theory, that should mean that because Solar is more prone to playing these lone drone styles, if GuMiho is able to navigate into a late game where he can safely macro up on 4 bases and eventually take a 5th, that should favor him. But it hasn't so far this series. He lost game 1 and game 2 in that way, so it's going to have to be a little bit of a change of pace here for GuMiho, and I'm liking how aggressive he's getting with these drops. This is a little bit more bold than we saw him go for, although even one of the medevacs not dropping any of the Marines.
I do feel like there's a reason why this is an older approach, is I think we've seen this song and dance before. Oop, he almost leaves that one Marine there, another little subtlety of maybe him being a little bit nervous. There's a lot of lings being made, by the way. The Hydra Den is going to come down here. The Zerg's expanding towards the top left side of the minimap.
Yeah, Solar now took at the 4th base. 1-1 completed here for GuMiho. Solar just now completing +1 ground armor. Melee attack a little ways off. Solar actually confident enough to push off of creep. It's rare that you see Banelings chasing this far. Oh, those Marines weren't even in the medevac.
Yeah, what just happened back there? That was a bizarre look.
I think he might have messed up the shift click.
Yeah, drop on the minimap or something, and then I don't know. I can't explain what I just saw there. Something didn't make sense.
Mechanically, things just feel a little bit shaky for GuMiho.
Yeah, things feel a little rocky right now. I think he might. No, I don't know that he can even get a deny on this. Okay, he does. Nicely done. Yeah, but not without sacrifice. Loses a couple Marines.
I think it's okay, though. GuMiho, although the mechanics haven't been quite as crisp in this game so far, it's not as if he's making any glaring errors, and even some of these trades have been quite cost-efficient for him. So coming now into this top left base, most of Solar's army has been kind of sequestered over the bottom right side of the map, trying to defend that triangle third. So GuMiho, actually with his multi-prong attack, getting a lot of damage done now. I like this. He even gets the kill. No cancel. Lifts up the Marines. These are the plays that GuMiho's been needing.
That was just, you know, the blink of an eye, but suddenly GuMiho did all the right moves there. That was exactly what we needed to see.
Yeah, this is the TBZ play that we know GuMiho is capable of coming into this finals. This is what we expected to see from him. Is even if he does play these styles, you know, GuMiho, he is a top player. He doesn't always need to rely on having unique and creative builds. Mechanically, he is very sound. It just felt like in game 1, all the way through game number 3, he wasn't really able to make it happen. But just small errors like this one, like losing bunches of Marines and even the Hydras picking off medevacs.
I mean, it's really a matter of agility. These moments, like, can you pick up, can you attack it, can you pick up and run back out? But look, he had 2 big wins. He killed 2 bases on different sides of the map. Solar is still very much a threat in this game, but curbing growth like that is going to make it tough for Solar later on.
And with GuMiho right now powering up, adding 3 more barracks in. 2-2 underway. There should be a sizable window where GuMiho will have the upgrade advantage and can probably get a lot of damage done. Solar now coming into this 3rd base. Not too much to defend besides this sieging on the high ground, so Baneling's probably going to connect with a lot of SCVs.
Oh!
Yeah, that's a meaty connection.
Yeah, and I think he's not done. Oh, he can cut him off at the pass, maybe?
Oh, I got to mineral walk those.
Okay, so that was 16 workers killed. This makes Solar with a lot more workers. He just has to fill those in with the bases.
Oh,
okay,
he's unsieged.
Okay, I feel like, I don't even know if that was the right move there for Solar to run away. I think he wasn't sure how many more tanks were there, but it was just those 2 tanks. I think that Solar could have taken that fight, but I understand the reflex.
Yeah.
You enter an area, you see tanks, you just go, oh no, we got to run back.
Especially that far off creep.
Because when you see the tanks out like that, that's when you have to be the most careful with this. GuMiho's going to dive in, but there's going to be a flank. He's going to hit from 2 different sides.
And Marine stutter step microing back. Baneling's looking for big connections right here.
He flattens it.
Yeah, he has to lift up, and at the end of the day, GuMiho still even an army supply here with Solar, does have this upgrade advantage, should be able to deny the gold base for here in the center of the map, and his army right now, it feels like it's basically pure Marine on the map. He has 5 siege tanks at home, 4 defense, building another command center, starting 3-3 immediately once 2-2 is done. But Solar's really starting to fill out his tech tree. He's got Vipers underway. The critical, not critical, but the high-tech unit count for GuMiho is severely lacking right now. It's really just these Marines, and while they're very strong off-creep in situations like this one, it's kind of a dangerous dance because just a couple of Baneling connections can completely topple this army here for Terran.
Okay, so he forces a cancel again. So, you know, Solar's in a... He's, like, I want to be careful with how I say this. He's not in a... He's not dead, but he needs more growth. And so with the way that Solar handles his army, he needs to trade really well if he's going to trade.
Yeah, GuMiho's been doing a really good job of denying additional bases here for Solar. Solar's been on a 4-base economy for the past couple of minutes, and generally speaking, Zerg wants to be ahead on bases, and Solar even down at 77 drones, by the way. I didn't realize the drone count was quite so low. So things boding actually quite well for GuMiho. I got to say, even though there have been some hiccups, he's looking much more solid here in this macro TBZ than the games we've seen from him earlier. Throwing down 4 more command centers, Ghost Academy now underway. Whereas Solar's economy is the most stunted it has been this entire series.
Yeah, and I think GuMiho is being really patient. He's kind of like letting the clock run and saying, where are you going to go next? And then when Solar says, I'm going here, GuMiho punishes.
Yeah, smart play from GuMiho.
And this is maybe the best patience game I've seen from GuMiho, and he's only able to do it because of that win we had maybe 4 or 5 minutes ago where he got the 2 bases killed off.
Yeah, slowing down the macro tempo there for Zerg. Really paying a lot of dividends now as Solar finally able to start saturating the triangle 3rd base, which is his 5th expansion. Meanwhile, GuMiho in the middle of the map continuing to try and cut off the creep spread. By the way, Solar, when I think of Zergs with really good creep spread, Solar, I don't think of him as being one of the top Zergs in terms of creep. It's always been good, but what we're seeing from him today in the finals has just been so exceptional.
Yeah.
He is absolutely on top of it. I mean, just think of how many tumors GuMiho has killed during this game, and still Solar is slowly working his way across the map. Now that planetary does get canceled.
Kind of a funny attack there.
Oh, be careful. Those Baneling connections would be very dangerous. A nice pickup there by GuMiho. Able to evacuate out of that situation. Good split here with the medevacs as well.
I think Zerg might be able to breach this down here. He's so far off creep, this is kind of crazy to see.
Yeah, really this bottom right quadrant of the map is the only location where Solar has been completely stunted in terms of...
Oh, does he see it?
Creep spread.
Does he see it?
I'm not sure he does.
Oh, he does. He does. He's got to kill it in time. Well, actually, no, he's not going to kill that.
Done. Yeah, it's just SCVs.
It's going to spill out. He's got another attack over here in the front.
And GuMiho's near max, so the reinforcements might not even really be that much, but there's only a couple of links coming out of this Nidus, so kind of a false alarm there.
Yeah, I think he realizes it's probably not safe to commit an army in there. It gets stuck in there if he kills it off.
We're actually going to see some nukes coming out from GuMiho. Not really what I expected in this situation. But I suppose once you get that 5th base up, you really can start to afford things such as this. But my question is, with nukes as an option here for GuMiho, really, where are you going to be able to make that work?
Watching this fight with the Hydra and the tank, I'm like, so which one actually wins, the Siege tank or the Hydralisk? Yeah, no, it's been a funny game. Zerg has not gotten to where they need to be, but I think he's still looking pretty good. He's got a lot of minerals and gas bank because I think when GuMiho stopped budging, so did Solar. Solar's just kind of moving out on the map. So the pace of this is very different. But this is definitely, you know, the best late game we've seen here from GuMiho.
Yeah, and it all comes back to him shutting down those bases and really slowing down the economy of Solar. And Solar once again going to try and push off creep, but these Marines, they can kite back. There's no focal growth. There's not really much to slow this away, so it's going to be a favorable trade here for GuMiho.
Yeah, definitely a poor attack there. You know, it's a little bit weird when the Zerg gets maxed out and they don't have anywhere to attack. It's super uncomfortable.
Cloak saving those ghosts.
Yeah, nicely done.
GuMiho, with really a minimal bank right now, has to be very cost efficient, has to be very careful about losing any key units such as those ghosts.
Yeah, don't be misled by the fact the supplies are maxed out. GuMiho has 350 minerals in the bank. Solar was at 2K a little bit ago.
Yeah, and the gas is not going to be a bottleneck for Solar for the foreseeable future here.
Right.
He's really breaking that out. Now, a couple of queens here in the middle of the map are getting taken down. Will make it easier for GuMiho to control the creep spread from this moment forward. Siege tanks. I'm liking the arc that GuMiho has set up here. But defensively, this is a much better game than we've seen from him earlier on in the series.
Yeah, he's coming forward with these Banelings. Banelings hitting tanks right now.
Yeah, these are not cost-efficient trades for Solar. I mean, thinking back to game number 1, Solar barely was able to edge out GuMiho in terms of the cost efficiency because of his economy being so much greater, but was finally able to really stop GuMiho in his tracks with a couple of big Baneling attacks on planetary fortresses. But I don't think he's going to get the same chance here, and GuMiho's been able to safely establish a 5th base for longer than he has this entire series.
Yeah, and we see him coming down now to try to fight this. I don't know that he can take this out. Banelings are morphing over in this area. Zerg keeps inching in, but never having enough.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good trade here for GuMiho yet again. And I gotta say, I was kind of doubting GuMiho going for this macro TBZ once more after getting shut down both in game 1 and game 2, but he's really starting to play very well now.
I think we're getting close to the end here. I think GuMiho's going to win, which is crazy.
Yeah, it is starting to feel that way. Solar simply cannot secure another base. Part of the architecture of this map is the next expansion for the Zerg has to be in the most vulnerable position. These gold, half blue bases that are not in a corner. They're basically in the middle of the map, one in the top left, one in the bottom right. And that makes it really easy for GuMiho to move forward with the siege tank line behind and continually shut down the economic growth of the Zerg. But fungal growth there on the medevacs. This is a big pickup actually for Solar.
Yeah,
he's
he
only
can't
able to
chain
get
them
one.
together. Okay, so look, he's going to get this command center. Not bad. But Terran has a lot of money to spend here. This may be a pretty quiet ending to this game as Zerg kind of fizzles out.
And this is really the late game TBZ that we needed to see GuMiho play in game 1 and game 2. And finally here in game number 4 with his tournament life on the line, he's able to bust it out.
It's really impressive. I mean, he's done a really good job playing this. He's played the map extremely well. Now, don't count Solar out yet. He did deny that base over the top left. He could try to come down here and maybe just force a push. Big kill on the hatchery, by the way.
I think as long as GuMiho continues to play this game where he does not allow Solar to take another expansion, eventually Solar is just going to be completely broke. I think he has maybe 2 fully mining bases right now, which is the expansion at 11 o'clock and the one over there at 3 o'clock. And beyond that...
Oh my god, he killed another one.
And not getting a cancel either. That's expensive at this stage in the game. Solar actually can't afford a max at this point.
Yeah. He's going to try to, well, he's going to kill that hatchery off again. I don't know how many more blows Solar could take, but I think he's in serious trouble. I mean, we've just seen like 3 hatcheries denied in the last, minute or two.
Look at that cost efficiency. That's what, 15,000 more resource cost efficiency for Terran. GuMiho's really played a masterful mid and late game here.
Yeah, he just spreads everything out. He's going to get another one. Okay, that one's at least canceled.
He gets a Nidus Worm.
Yeah, he was trying to set up a Nidus network between the 2 locations because it's just been Terran seesawing from the left side of the map to the right side of the map.
Yeah, and I love how GuMiho was able to identify his win condition so early here and just completely play for it. He's like, you know what, I don't need to kill a Zerg. I just need to stop them from taking these additional bases. And if I can succeed in doing that, the game is won. And so he's not overextending. He's taking great trades. I mean, this position right here with the Chokes, Liberators, and Siege Tanks is honestly nasty.
Yeah,
it is so hard to attack into this spot.
Another little attack in here.
That is clear and creep, making it even harder for Solar to get on the map. And Solar right now, he's sitting at 5K gas. I don't think that mineral income is really going to grow at all from this position here for Solar. He's really starting to get spread thin, and even these hatcheries getting killed and canceled repeatedly is kind of burning a hole in his wallet.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is all GuMiho has to do. It's kind of a slow, quiet game.
Oh, fumble on the Ghosts!
Okay, that's pretty big. Can he get those kills? Can he get those to the connect? He does.
That gets a lot of the medevacs as well. Unfortunately for Solar, although that was a fantastic move.
He's just never going to get off this area with these autumn-colored trees.
Yeah.
He just can't. That position is too strong. He's going to try to come in again and break it. I think he can get the tank this time. Okay, not bad.
Yeah, these trades are cost efficient here for Solar, but the problem is that now GuMiho's the player that's been able to establish the bank, so he's going to be able to remax on Ghost. He has 18 siege tanks right now. Actually, GuMiho's army is 18 siege tanks and like 10 other units, which is kind of unbelievable.
It's kind of a funny game. He's going to send this one tank out. There is a big attack on the far left. I think we're going to, yeah, here it is.
Oh, I think it's his Solar's Hail Mary play, but
well,
I don't know if he's going to be able to break this.
He kills a lot of workers. He drives that away. Keep in mind, the Terran also does need to grow eventually. Well, actually, I guess he's got that position just south of here.
He has been able to take the half-gold base over here in the bottom right. But Solar, with that win on the top left, might actually be able to get a hatchery up. And if Solar can get his mineral economy back online, there is
a world.
There is a world where he can come back in this game. Do not write him off just yet, because GuMiho right now, there have been a couple of very cost-inefficient trades. There's a chance he overextends.
And he puts his Nidus right in plain sight. Oh, there's a tank here.
It's very smart.
He can't get that to finish. Oh, there's so many tanks. Wait,
oh
what?
My God. Oh,
wait
wow.
a minute. Were those stuck up there?
Yeah, 6 siege tanks stuck.
What?
Happens to the best of us.
He really is nervous. He had a bunch of stuff stuck in his base.
That was a massive fungal growth, by the way. Gets a ton of bio right there, but I do feel like Solar is still running out of steam. So many siege tanks.
This is so funny. Yeah, those got stuck in his main. So that's probably why it looked so funny. It seemed like he had a lot in supply, but and you were saying he had a bunch of tanks, and I'm thinking, I don't see that many tanks at all.
Yeah, I just assumed he had like the most conservative spread of siege tanks of all time.
Yeah.
Back at home, but
no,
no,
Solar's going to see this and be like, is he switching into mech now? Like,
he basically is, yeah. I mean, honestly, like the unsieged tanks can probably take this fight.
Yeah.
If GuMiho just A-moves it.
Well, he's got lurkers hitting his base up here, and there's something happening south of this position.
Oh, lurkers actually down there too. Not interfering with the mining just that much. As GuMiho with a superior range on the siege tank should finally be able to dispatch those lurkers, but
what a grindy game.
Solar, I have to say, has been playing from really a tough losing position for the past like 5, almost 10 minutes.
Oh my God.
He's actually making a game of it.
It's kind of remarkable.
A funny fight.
Lurkers versus tanks.
Lurkers versus unsieged tanks. I guess unsieged tanks just win this.
Yeah, I was going to say, have we seen this interaction? I think well, this has been one of the strangest games I've ever casted.
It's a bizarre one.
It's like super scrappy. Both sides actually don't have that much money.
23
Solar has
tanks.
more workers. He's going to run out, though, but he does have the gold base, so the minerals are going to come in, and keep in mind that Solar has more gas. So this isn't over. You know, this many tanks doesn't do that much if you don't have any kind of Marines, you don't have any kind of meat with them to protect them. It also does explain why, supply-wise, the game looked bizarre, where Terran couldn't seem to get anything done.
Yeah, there's a lot of Ghosts and Hellions now entering the field, so there should be some support here for the siege tanks, but you know, the mineral economy has been so sparse for Solar that he only has 26 lings on the map. He has 11 Hydras. And I feel like once GuMiho really entrenches this position, all right, Solar coming in, his last attack, that is so many siege tanks.
He's got some blinding clouds coming down, but it's going to be it. GG, GuMiho takes game one. A crazy, honestly, maybe a little bit sloppy game at moments, but a win is a win regardless.
Yeah,
kind of a dramatic, long game.
You could really feel, though, that
you can feel the nerves.
He is not playing at his best. He's not playing at the potential. He's not playing at the ceiling that we all know he has. And part of that is just because of the momentum that Solar has established in this series. And you got to think, GuMiho in the back of his mind when he's playing that game 4, it's do or die. He does not want to get swept. But he's going into a late game when he already lost 2 late games against Solar already in this series. So that was a very tough position for GuMiho to fight from, and although he was able to pick up the win, I gotta say, I'm a little bit scared for him still in these late game situations because that was not perfectly orchestrated. I feel like the composition was a little bit too siege tank heavy, even there at the end with all the siege tanks bottlenecked in the main base. Often when you see players like Maru go for this, there's a lot more emphasis on Ghost. There's usually a couple of Widow Mines that are trickled in.
Right.
And GuMiho, it feels like the composition just isn't quite as efficient as it could possibly be, but still he was able to make it work there on Hecate. We're going to Solar's home map now. Solaris.
Right. Let's do it, guys. This is yet another game. GuMiho trying to do the reverse sweep against Solar, who's up 3-0. 3-1 now, sorry.
GuMiho. Onside, Solar.
So, yeah, that last game, I mean, I'm happy for GuMiho that he won, but, you know, from A to Z, we saw these really shaky moments. We saw misclicks with the Reaper early on, mistakes with the Hellion, occasionally messy drops. We even saw what I think was about 8 to 9 tanks that got stuck inside of his base, and he did not know about that for, I want to say, like 7 or 8 minutes. And it was funny because from our perspective and from you guys at home or in the studio, it looked weird, right? Because the supplies seemed the same, but like Terran didn't have anything. There just didn't seem to be much presence, and then we figure out why. It's because there's these things stuck that are all backed up just due to building placement. And by the way, bad building placement usually a sign of anxiety in a match.
Yeah, a little bit of jitters there for GuMiho. Maybe getting inside of his head a little bit here against Solar. And you know, now we have potentially 3 games left in this best of 7 if GuMiho is able to make it all the way to that match 7. And so far, he really hasn't been mixing it up. Game 1, Game 2, Game 4, remarkably similar. He was able to win one of those games, the most recent one, but really just a kind of slow pressure build. Not a lot of commitment from GuMiho to start things off in the early and mid game into a rapid transition into what ideally was going to be Ghost Mech, but felt like it wasn't quite as well navigated as we've seen players like Maru or Cure do those transitions, which is concerning. But again, with 3 games left, you got to think that at some point, GuMiho's going to come out with something crazy. I keep waiting for him to throw down.
I don't know, man. I think he might not. I'm in 100% agreement with you that I think he should, but he's not for some reason. In fact, he's doing the same thing we saw in the first 3 games. So there's, got to be a reason for this. GuMiho knows himself better than, we could ever know him. But yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that he's not doing something crazier. By the way, Solar has hit the drone here. Good surround, gets that first Reaper. He's going to be able to get this drone.
Oh, actually did not get it.
Yeah.
Solar made a ton of links, by the way, more than we usually see. I think was hoping to try and catch all of those Reapers as he's now going to take that 3rd expansion over there at the linear 3rd. GuMiho can start shelling that with these Reaper shots. But yeah, I just keep going back to the openings here for GuMiho, and when I think of GuMiho, I think of the Terran with the most range of all Terrans of all time in every single matchup, and it's not really what he's been showcasing here. And
it was literally in the graphic for him coming out in the finals. He's the build order master, and it seems like he's relying on the same stuff, which, look, that's fine. That would be great if he was up 3-1, but he's down 1-3, right? So it's a little bit scary to play. These games are becoming more and more of a high wire act as even in that last map, like Solar barely died. By the way, just to go on that last map for a second, I don't know if we had that much time to remark on it, but I think the geography of that map lends itself to a good position play from GuMiho.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't think this map is the same story. I think it's a little bit different.
No, there is no way that Solar is going to, GuMiho is going to be able to contain Solar the same way that he did on the previous map. I think Solar is going to be able to freely take more expansions on the left side, and GuMiho can't really do the same setup where he's both defending his 3rd base and his 5th base, and from that position, exerting pressure on the future expansions of Solar and starving him out. So in that case, I'm absolutely with you. The architecture here on Solaris, the home map of Solar, absolutely favoring him. in this matchup. And once again, it's almost an identical build order here from GuMiho, who's going for this very fast armory. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Reactor Widow Mines for a drop with this one. In fact, it will be Hellions instead. But still, I'm a little bit hesitant with this fast 3CZ play if GuMiho once again opts to go for this late game situation, because with the exception of Hecate, where he was able to play with the superior geography that kind of, in my opinion, just as an outsider looking in, it seems Terran favored in the late game there, because it's so hard for Solar to take those auxiliary bases. But here on Solaris, that case is not the same. It's going to be a much harder fight, and thinking back on how resilient Solar was in that late game, I'm worried for GuMiho's position unless he decides to really kick it up a notch in terms of aggression.
Well, we also want to watch for when the 4th and 5th base are taken for Solar, because that's where GuMiho has to like come in and kill those bases off immediately to stymie growth. There's going to
turn those into Hellbats?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, we are.
When is the last time we saw the Hellbat morph into slow walk into the drones run away and don't get killed moment? Well, we've got it back over here now.
We got a little bit of a taste of it, I think, game number 2 with the 2 Hellbat drop. But
yeah.
Able to deny a little bit of mining. I think he's trying to find an opening.
So he's trying to do just what we were talking about. He wants to go for the 4th base. Oh, run!
Solar's just been so good with this queen movement pretty much all series.
So the more of a push is coming down. So this is such an important moment in this game. We need to see progress here as he's going to try to mount pressure onto the 4th base.
Yeah, more barracks now coming in for GuMiho, so it is going to be a more pressure build.
He's sending more Hellions out on the map. He's already shown he's really willing to just kind of do these funky Hellion setups to maybe out-position the player. Hellbats are funny because they're so slow that when the Hellion turns into the Hellbat, it's really hard to ever do anything micro-wise with it. So they're a lot of times better when they're incorporated with the rest of the push and you use them as damage batteries.
Yeah, they're very clunky.
Yeah.
They're like Zealots if Zealots were slower than Zealots.
Yeah.
They're kind of a funky unit to mix into these compositions. But I like it here for GuMiho, especially since Solar has been playing such a Ling-heavy style in the early game. But oh, look at this. Actually, Bottleneck, that's a lot of damage getting done on those Lings. I wonder how many, in fact, got taken out.
That was pretty good. I guess if you can wedge him in those positions, you could force a trade that's not ideal. But we got another push coming in. He's cleaning up the creep. He's going to run back out. And so much of Terran versus Zerg leads up to a moment that's going to be happening here where either Terran can take control of the game and the Zerg starts to struggle and try to fight back like we had in the last game, or it's going to be like the first 3 games where Zerg basically gets to balloon out on the map, pave the map with creep, and start to corner the Terran.
So there is a 4th command center now coming down from GuMiho, and I want to note for a fact that the first time this series, Solar has a pretty substantial upgrade lead. He went for a very fast double evolution chamber play. His 2-2 is about a third of the way done, and infantry level 1 is just going to be completing for GuMiho. So Solar, should he start to go for some more max pressure after he's able to just kind of handle all of this aggression on his side of the map as he balloons his economy, as you said? He can start to get some real damage done with 3-3, and he's even starting his hive tech in time to kind of coincide with the upgrades of 2-2 completing. So Solar really setting up for a strong late game aggression play.
Okay, so he denies that base. He's going to now try to move in here. Now, Solar was willing to give up that northern base, but it's going to be this one over here in the middle of the map that Solar completely wipes his attack out. Isolates all that, kills it. Now what we have these 2 drop ships flying around. They're not going to get much done. So Terran on 3 base, Zerg on 4.
GuMiho running a little bit low on steam. The low medevac count kind of coming to bite him there.
And I think that losing the 5th base up there at the top it's still worse for GuMiho because he lost most of his army down there. But the supplies are going to keep ramping up. We've got those additional 3 Raxes coming down along with the 4th base here at the center right at 3 o'clock.
One thing that I am concerned for GuMiho is not him taking this 4th base and defending it successfully, although that might be a risk because of Solar's upgrade advantage in the situation. Actually, the planetary not even morphing right now, so Solar's just going to move across the map. Actually, really catching GuMiho out of position. I don't know if he's anticipating this. Solar perhaps not realizing how out of position GuMiho is in fact is. Trying to retreat back home to defend. Nice mailing connections to start things off here. A lot of those Marines getting taken down, but GuMiho, he's going into the third base. Looking to find some damage. Solar on the retreat. Now it's him that's getting caught out of position here. 14 drones, in fact, going down.
Yeah, he loses quite a bit of workers, but the rest is cleaned up. And, you know, that fourth base for Terran has been landed, so it's 4 base versus 4 base. We all know Zerg always have to be 1 to 2 or more bases ahead for them to be in a healthy state. They can't stay even with the Terran. And now the fresher 5th base, or actually I think it's getting remade. I can't, okay, that is being remade. I thought I made a mistake there, but actually he is still just on 4 functional bases.
Yeah, Solar is retaking that 5th base, and GuMiho's going to try and set up here. And my main concern for GuMiho is whether or not he's actually going to be able to sustain the defense on that 5th base. It's really been, it was the thorn in his side both in Game 1 and Game 2. Oh, GuMiho, please look at this. Okay, thank God. Those Banelings got so close.
Yeah, he's got to be careful because Terran's position in the north has been wiped out. So basically, Zerg's growing north and to the west side of the map, while Terran is growing south and to the east. But if the Terran doesn't have anything that can roam around at the top of the map, then there's no counterplay. And we are getting to that point where they're both maxed out. The Zerg is getting ahead in minerals and gas now. And in fact, he's going to try to come in here at this third, hoping there's going to be, you know, an overcompensation in the south. And it looks like he's right. There's really not a lot to defend other than these tanks in the distance.
That planetary not even done morphing, so.
And he's got another small little strike force down here at the bottom.
Attack commencing again at the third base here for Solar. He's able to pull GuMiho a little bit out of position, but you know, it's kind of a nice thing actually that the planetary hadn't finished morphing, because if it had, it wouldn't be able to lift off against those Banelings. Instead,
oh no,
GuMiho,
misclick.
Nice catch. Yeah, the pathing here on Solaris can be really tricky at times. There are a lot of different routes units might want to go. And Solar does not want to let this 5th base get up, so he's going to try and aggress again.
So he's going to just try to slam this spot. He grabs the tank, pulls it over, gets the kill.
Yeah, being able to yoink another siege tank.
He doesn't kill the command center, at least from the camera shot we saw.
Yeah, the command center is still alive. I think it might be burning down, in fact, so hopefully GuMiho is repairing that back at home as he's microing his Marines in the top left side. So we're finally able to secure that 5th base on his side of the map. Dynas Network once again coming in. Infestor is getting mixed into the Zerg army as well. Oh no!
Oh my God! Oh. Big catch! Wow, it's been a slugfest of a game. He gets those 2 kills, and he's going to beeline it right up here.
Both players taking a lot of blows. GuMiho repositioning his siege tank.
So he's going to tear down these rocks in the middle of the map. He wants to create an area where he can continue to circulate into different positions.
Oh, that Infestor gets sniped. That's a nice win there for GuMiho.
And I got to say, you know, well, hold on. Let's see how this attack goes. There's going to be another big move in here now.
And Marines and siege tanks here on the high ground, but the Blinding Clad is fantastic. Able to disable 2 of those siege tanks. Marines coming in to reinforce, but that command center is going to lift up. A lot of SCVs getting taken out, but there aren't any Banelings left, so GuMiho going to take a quite favorable trade here against the the Zerglings, and the Hydralisk as they retreat away, but the supplies once again in favor of Solar, man. He's been mining so much more over the past couple of minutes. He's able to remax.
Games 1 through 3 are being recreated here in Game 5. But I do think GuMiho is buttoned up a little bit tighter than those games. But he's got to be careful. The next couple moves are going to be very important to watch. And you know, GuMiho, he has a lot of isolated tanks that are really thrown out in the front. And so you know, Solar runs out there and kills that and runs away. And if enough of those tanks die, the whole position becomes kind of unstable here for him. So, yeah, just like that. You see these little tanks, they're way out there. If he can find them, he can kind of kill them and run back in. We've got 7 tanks now left in this. That was sneaky, but...
Well, Solar's been doing that in pretty much every single game, so GuMiho just constantly has that on the back of his mind that Nidus Canals are going to be a threat in the main base. Next one gets pop here at the third. That is out of vision of GuMiho, so he might not be quite equipped to deal with it, but most of the force here is in the front for Solar as he's once again going to attack into this expansion. Planetary is more nice spread on the Marines. That's a very efficient trade for GuMiho. And Solar, once again, is not being very cost efficient with here. Now, Lurkers are going to come here into the triangle third, but it's an orbital command, so it can just lift off. Factory and Siege Tank will likely get taken out unless GuMiho is able to lift this one as well. A lot of blows being delivered by both players. GuMiho more cost efficient on the bottom side of the map. Solar winning some trades on the top.
He's going to come in from behind over here. And he's starting to surround the position pretty well here. GuMiho has no access to the top left. I know we're mostly watching GuMiho's bases being defended, but if you look at the mini-map, that's the real story here. He's trying to pop Niduses everywhere.
Solar's so active with these Nidus canals. And I love the play too, just having a couple of lurkers in them, because if those lurkers get out onto the map, it's such a thorn in the side of the Terran player. It's so hard to actually effectively deal with them. So it's paramount that GuMiho is able to get rid of those Nidus networks before they're able to pop. So they're actually going for a defensive one over here.
Okay. Another push in.
Oh, the fungal growth is massive.
He catches the medevacs.
Yeah, with a parasitic
They're
bomb
shot
too.
down.
Almost every single one goes.
Oh, that's crazy. And now he's going to come up. Can he actually get the planetary? Oh, he can get that and more.
Yeah, SCV is not able to repair the planetary expansion. So
we always got to watch the money. It's a max out Zerg again. He's getting more and more in the bank. The Terran's struggling to get enough in his pockets where he can refill and remax out. So GuMiho has to try to survive, and if he doesn't, there's no way he can recover the bases. He's already lost one. There's two more that are very tempting. Those stray tanks are going to be targeted now.
Yeah, there just isn't Marines.
The flight to safety is going to happen here. He pulls back a little bit further. Now it's like all hands on deck here. GuMiho's going back. He's trying to do everything to just reclaim the bottom right. By the way, we're not showing it on camera. South of this, the Zerg's expanded as well.
Yeah, Solar has completely consumed the left side of the map. That includes the bases at the 12 o'clock and the 6 o'clock positions. So even should GuMiho be able to defend for the next couple of minutes and force an endgame scenario, Solar is going to have mine from the shared bases at the top and the bottom, and Solar, he's not done yet, comes in, is able to abduct all of the Liberators. Siege Tank's also getting blasted here as he's going to continue to push forward. Baneling's even connecting on some of the Marines, so overall a relatively cost-efficient trade there for Solar, and once again, stray Siege Tanks there at the middle of the map. GuMiho, he's down to 150 supply. I don't think he has the economy to remax at pace with Solar.
And there's this big, glaring weak spot here at the bottom right. There's this naked base at the bottom right. Positionally, it's hard to get to, but if he can ever get over there with Banelings, that's going to disappear. So right now, Solar, he knows he's so close to winning the GSL after a decade plus of playing. He's been here since the beginning. This has been his white whale. He knows he just has to get in here and uproot the position at the bottom right. And I think that everything is going to collapse for GuMiho. GuMiho, he's got a long road ahead. He's just trying to survive. He's trying to hang on. Every unit is so precious. He has to do everything he can to not lose anything. And another big blow comes in. A kill, and Solar escapes.
Yeah, Solar is being able to find value all over the map right now, and those Vipers are going to return with near max hit points. And once again, this position for GuMiho, only a handful of Siege Tanks and Liberators. And oh man, even this counterattack here in between the natural and the third base gets so many Siege Tanks, even some reinforcing ghosts. And this is going to lead to an opening, I think, at the bottom right side of the map, should Solar decide to fixate his attention over there.
Yeah, this is a great move here by Solar. It's kind of a generic position, but it's a position nonetheless. And then that means that he's going to start to mess up infrastructure over here.
Oh, wow.
This isolates the Terran from the main base. He's got to run back up here. A factory goes down. I think we've seen 2 factories killed so far.
Yeah, a lot of the production is getting taken down by GuMiho.
He kills another tank up here.
Yeah, and now GuMiho is finally able to clean this up, but look at Solar. Immediately pounces in the bottom right position, abducts on the Liberators, able to disable them immediately. Links and Banelings coming in, but Solar...
Okay, he says maybe not.
Yeah,
better safe than sorry. Yeah, I actually respect it.
He's playing very patiently. He knows he doesn't have just enough Banelings to kill that planetary fortress, and for Solar, this is kind of a careful situation because he doesn't have much of a bank, but oh my goodness, I didn't even catch.
No, I didn't even see that.
The Broodlord transition coming in. There are 7 Broods now on the map.
So this is the problem for Terran, is he only has one place to defend left, and it's in the bottom right, although I guess there's a fresh base here, but that's just something in the way, right? Terran can't counterattack in these moments, because if they counterattack, the Zerg just gives up as many bases as he wants to kill the one thing Terran has.
There are no ghosts on the field to snipe these Broodlords. The only anti-air right now is these Marines. The Viper is very high on energy. I don't know if GuMiho's going to be able to stop this push. The Links and Banelings coming in the bottom right. The Planetary is getting taken out. GuMiho now on 4 bases, and Solar is so close to his first GSL championship.
Yeah, I think that GuMiho doesn't have much left. He's going to try to counterattack, but doesn't matter when Solar has this much of the map. Solar even filling in into the bottom position here. There's literally almost no income right now for Terran. Terran's going to try to fight back, but Solar could trade out for days and days.
Ghost finally entering the field, and with some Marine support, able to take down the majority of the Broodlords, but is it going to be enough? GuMiho on 115 supply. Lings and Banelings coming in. Those are some high energy Infestors and Vipers. And now the Natural's getting ransacked by the Zerg.
I think this is it. I think we're just seeing GuMiho digest the loss, process what's happened. He got this far in a GSL, but I don't think there's any way he can even stay in the game for this much longer. Everything is falling apart.
No, the final moment's coming in. The Banelings connecting here.
That's
Blinding Cloud. GG is called. Solar is your GSL Season 3 champion.
Wow, that's just crazy. He did it. I mean, after 10 years plus of GSLs, 10 years of just getting to the top 8, he overcame all odds. He 3-0 Dark, and then he 4-1 GuMiho. Castor Park was right. The Pajama Pants did it. He is your Season 3 champion. Give it up. Man, what a crazy, crazy day it was today. I've never seen Solar play so well. I've been catching this guy my entire StarCraft 2 career, and I have never seen him play like he has now. And he's been really on top of it lately, so that says a lot.
It's a soldier of destiny this season. Almost 4,000 days since his GSL debut. He can finally hold the trophy, and no one can say he did not earn it. I mean, what a fighter from start to finish here at the GSL. A tremendous season from Solar.
Castor Park says give it up for Solar. And I believe we're going to go to the interview now.
Castor Park entering the stage.
We're going to interview our champion. It's been 10 desperate years to get this far. That took so long for you, Solar. Some players win at GSL the first time they get in. For you, it was a different story. Actually, he says 10 years, more than 10 years, he says. But now you're on top of the world. And you're going to be able to raise the trophy tonight. How do you feel? I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe I'm holding the trophy. When I walk through the studio, I see all those photos of the old champions on the wall. And I always think I wish I could be up there with them. When will I have my photos up there? And now I know I'll be one of them. I was always envious of them. You must feel so much pressure every time you're trying to perform and achieve your dream. As you become a champion tonight, you know you've finally done it. The number of times you had to wipe out GuMiho's bases in that final game was insane. When you were doing that, did you feel, now I've done it, now this is my moment, or it wasn't until the games were done? So the last map was a map named Solaris. It's weird. It's always Solaris where I end up with my final map in any match. Especially on that map, I thought, no, this is my map, I can do it. But GuMiho is still a great opponent. It was still very difficult. Solar, you're constantly playing in these online matches. We all know you practice very hard. Are there any other reasons why you've been such a strong player besides that?
잘 아시겠지만 와이프가 항상 아시잖아요.
네, 알죠. 와서 힘이 되고.
Yes. My wife's always been there for me. She's been a big part of my motivation.
너무 고맙고 항상 사랑합니다.
And so she gave me the confidence I needed to win the game match. So I want to say thank you to her.
정말 지고 나서 힘없이 돌아갔던 그런 상황들이 굉장히 많잖아요. 이제 드디어 여기서 우승을 차지하게 됐습니다.
When you were eliminated in the quarterfinals so many times before, you must have faced a lot of disappointment.
일단 제가
Any words you'd like to say to your wife?
오고 이제 힘들었을 텐데 이걸로나마 좀 힘든 마음을 좀 달래주고 싶고.
You moved to Korea because of me.
우승했으니까 앞으로 더 많이 트로피 가져다.
I know I didn't show the results that I wanted before. Thank you for never expressing your disappointment to me. And I'm very lucky to have you as my wife. Thank you for supporting me. I appreciate all your support.
10년 넘게 기다린 팬분들에게 감사 인사 우승자로서 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
사실 저는
And all your fans down here. They've been following you for a decade.
최근 들어서 굉장히 저를 많이
I never think of myself as a guy that has a fan base or a big fan base.
그래가지고 진짜 응원해 주시는 분들이 너무.
But I guess I realized lately I do have a lot of people supporting me.
오늘 이렇게 직관 오셔가지고.
And I've had a lot of supportive words from the fans too, especially today at the venue. So thank you. Yeah, he's grateful for the big cheers he hears from the fans in the venue. All right, let's do an interview with the runner-up. GuMiho, you're with us till the very end. It's been your first GSL final in 6 years. And you faced a great opponent today. Any words you want to say? Firstly, I've never had any easy matchups. All my matchups are tough. Even though I lost tonight. I worked really hard. Put a lot of effort. I also want to say congratulations to Solar for his championship.
이제 계속해서 도전할 거잖아요. 멋진 활약 기대하도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 강민 선수, 진짜 저는 약간 감동스러운 시즌인 게 수많은 분들이 아프리카 TV를 통해서 이 발품성 후원을 통해서요. 아니 그 누적 금액이요 5천만 원이 넘었어요.
1,000만 원이요?
5천만 원이요.
Have you seen the donation? What it's totaled at on the Patreon? $40,000 US. Can you believe the fans have supported the show that much? As a representative of the GSL players and the fans at the front of the prize pool, what would you say?
좀 많이 힘들어서 실제로 게임을 많이 덜하는 경우도 있고 게임을 그만둔 선수들도 있지만 여러분들이 이렇게 계속 후원해 주셔가지고 저 같은
Early this year, we weren't really sure the state of GSL and what it was going to be like.
GSL 무대에 계속 도전할 수 있는 것 같고요.
We were worried players would lose their motivation. Or
정말 다 소중한 돈이라고 생각하고 앞으로도
after we got an audience back in the studio and the support of the fans, we've been able to do it. So we really want to say thank you very much. Not only in Korea, but overseas, everywhere. Thank you. If the Africa TV CEO is watching this, keep GSL alive. And keep the league alive next year too, so we can play in GSL again. All right, so Cash Park says we're going to go to the award ceremony. So we're getting Solar. Nope, never mind. Solar's going to go on the other side of the stage.
Guys walking off stage.
Trying to play-by-play this. Okay, it's time for the big checks. We have many big checks upstairs. Absolutely. We got to get rid of these big checks. We've got Mr. Che here, the executive director here. He'll be giving the award for the runner-up. So they're going to bring up Cloud9 GuMiho.
And really a tremendous debut on his team. Second place in the hardest tournament in the world. Great way to finish what's been an incredible year for him. Oh, look at that pretty bouquet.
Look at all those flowers. God, gamers love flowers.
It's what we really play for.
Yeah.
We just want the flowers.
When the games are done, I
trophy.
go home and water my garden immediately. So congratulations to GuMiho. What an unusual finals, by the way.
A unique one.
Yeah, you just, a lot of times it's like, oh, it's Dark versus maybe an unusual player. I guess not unusual is the right word, but somebody you don't expect in the finals. Or Maru. But this was a very unique one.
Yeah, one of the more unique GSLs we've ever had, I think, in terms of results.
Yeah, I'd say so. And I'd say a very memorable one, even though it was not, it didn't go to Game 7, but you don't need every game to be played to go to, an amazing series. So now we're going to be bringing Solar out. And I want to know if we're ever going to see him not in these pajama pants now.
I mean...
Oh, hold on. We're not bringing him out. We're going to bring out one of our CEOs.
Co-CEO of Africa TV.
멋진 대결을 펼쳤습니다. 이번 시즌 지켜봐 주면서 힘이 되셨는데요. 오늘 와주신 분들에게 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 매 시즌마다 이렇게
Casper Parks, we had an amazing season 3 finals. Any words?
현장에도 항상 또 이렇게
I appreciate all the GSL players and all the great games they gave us.
올 한 해 동안 또 이렇게 후원해 주신 하식스한테도 너무 감사드리고요. 저희뿐만이 아니라
I recognize many of you guys who've been coming to the GSL for years now. Not only Korea, but from all over the world. I want to say, we want to extend our thanks to you.
자, 이제 대망의 우승 시상을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 2023 하식 GSL 시즌 3 대망의 우승 10년 만에.
All right, now we're bringing the champion out. Solar. Sparks says, give it up for Solar, our champion.
First ever GSL title, and well earned. 3-0 over Dark, 4-1 over GuMiho. I've never seen Solar play this well in my life.
It's so funny. I'm so familiar with Solar because he's obviously been one of the best players, but he was never really at the top. He was always playing second fiddle to these other guys. And now he's done it. And I like watching the audience for just a split second panic as we fire those cannons in there.
It's like a jump scare for me too, man.
Yeah.
Never gets old. What a tremendous year.
Thank you so much for joining us, for this finals, for this year, for the, 12, 13 years that we've had GSL on. This has been a real treat. And I am optimistic about the future as well here. So I believe we're just having Castor Park close out the show. But first, we're going to have a proper goodbye. Wait for it. There it is. See?
It's us.
You got to trust me.
We know how this show
We know how it ends.
Yeah, but really a fantastic day, a fantastic GSL, a GSL of upsets, unexpected results. Maru, the first player eliminated. We were thinking maybe it's Dark's turn, maybe it's Hero's turn, maybe Cure's. But instead it's
Classic.
GuMiho and Solar who make it all the way to the finals.
Isn't that incredible?
Yeah.
Well, look, I mean, it's been another great season. Guys, thank you so much for sticking with us. I look forward to seeing you all next year. State, you've done an excellent job. I keep saying it, but everybody keeps saying you're getting better and better. And I know you had some big shoes to fill, so thank you so much for joining me for another season. And any closing thoughts before we end this show?
Well, we have GSL next year, man. I mean, this is the best tournament in the world, and life would not be the same without it.
We love you guys. Thank you for watching. Take care, and have an amazing morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are.
I'm there to hold the world up whenever you fall.
저는 2018년이었던 것 같은데요. 그냥 그 해가 제일 자랑스러웠던 것 같아요. WSG 시작이었는데 그때 3연속 우승하고 금메달도 그때 따고 그러니까 그 이후로 다 잘 됐어요.
I don't really think about that a lot, like one specific moment. For StarCraft, it would definitely be winning IEM Song. I had come close many times to winning a big tournament, but I never did, and I really wanted to before I was done with StarCraft, so I was definitely very happy about that out of 10.
제일 최근 일인 그래도 제가 GSL 결승에서 경기했을 때 좀 그런 기분을 많이 느꼈어요.
2012년도 탈락하지 않았어요?
그렇긴 한데 이제 너무 오래돼가지고 기억도 안 나요, 사실. 제가 처음 GSL에 뚫었을 때 그때가 좀 더 뭔가 저한테 되게 뜻깊고 그런 순간이었던 것 같아요. 그 경기가 더 뜻깊었던 것 같아요.
GSL 우승했을 때가 제일 부르기도 했고 믿기지 않았던 것 같아요.
20대 초반 때 성격이 좀 제일 활발하고 학교에서도 좀 재밌게 잘 지냈거든요. 요즘은 좀 우중충한 느낌이 있어서 그때가 좀 찬란했던 것 같아요.
제가 우승할 때 시즌이죠. 민수 이기고 우승하고 그때 막 MLG도 우승하고 GSL도 날아다니고 뭐 해외 대회도 너무 많이 갔다 오고 뭐 홍보대사 뭐 그런 게 뭐 제일 찬란했던 시기가 아닐까.
두 개 있는데 GSL 우승했을 때, 블리즈컨 우승했을 때 딱 우승 기분이에요. 저는 지금도 VOD 가끔가다 보고 있고 그 VOD 게임 영상으로 보면 좀 그 현장감이 잘 안 느껴가지고 직캠 같은 거 올라온 게 있더라고요. 그런 것도 보고 블리즈컨보다 GSL 처음 우승했을 때가 더 기억에 남는 것 같아요. 둘 다 남긴 하는데 완전 생각지도 못하는 우승이었어가지고 이거 심지어 복귀 막 2년 3개월 만에 복귀하는 그거였으니까 그때 진짜 다 기억나요. 막 음악 감독님이 막 제가 노래 어레인지 해주는 것도 기억나고 다 기억나죠. 기가 막혔죠, 따짱이. 저 가끔 보는데 판짜.
연기를 잘한다니까.
제가 칭찬을 좀 많이 받았어요.
Best StarCraft moment is maybe beating Ricardo in Home Story Cup. That was a good win for me.
그래도 뭐 스타트 프로게이머 할 때가 가장 좀 찬란했던 것 같아요. 지금까지도 좀 이제 거의 다 꺼져가긴 하지만 그래도 찬란하게 걸어왔다 생각합니다.
가장 찬란했던 순간? 그래도 오브라면 2017년 우승했을 때.
제 자신이 빛났던 순간이요? 중학교 때. 그때가 좀 한 귀여움 했었어가지고 리즈였던 것 같아요. 뭐 동네 어딜 가도 아 이쁘다 소리 듣고 막 그랬던 시절이었던 것 같아요. 그때는 진짜였어. 완전 조그맣고 막 그랬어가지고.
아무래도 우승했을 때가 GSL이랑 스타리그랑 우승했을 때가 정말 그 기분을 다시 느끼고 싶을 정도로 너무 좋더라고요. 근데 못 느껴본 지 몇 년 됐네요.
저도 그때 같은데요? 우승할 때? 19년도에 IEM 우승할 때. 그때 좀 시간이 좀 지났는데도 아직도 생생하게 기억이 나요. 그 순간이.
변현우는 자기가 첫 GSL 우승한 거랑 블리즈컨 우승한 거를 아직도 부모들 불러본다고 하거든요.
저 3년 전에 본 것 같은데.
저는 지금이라고 생각합니다. 뭔가 예전에 비해서 전체적으로 일도 좀 잘 풀리는 것 같고 일상생활에서도 나름 만족스럽고 뭐 딱히 안 되는 일이 없어서
저는 사실 근데 그런 순간들이 저는 지금도 되게 빛나고 찬란하다고 생각을 하거든요. 이런 질문 받으면 보통 제가 우승했을 때나 뭐 좀 잘했던 순간들을 떠올리는 경우가 많겠지만은 저는 근데 지금도 되게 행복하고 잘 살고 있어서 저는 지금이 좋아요.